Chapter 166 Tsunami Blood. Chapter 166 Tsunami Blood. 3 black flashes of light tore through the air and came close in the blink of an eye with a chilling intent. The black-robed cultivator was still charging forward with his initial momentum. Without any time to think, he collapsed to his knees immediately, and had his body fall backwards. With such a dodging method, everyone behind the black-robed cultivator suffered. Poof! 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 The sounds of arrows piercing through flesh rang out constantly as blood splattered all over. Tragic shrieks could be heard and the crowd fell onto the ground in a terrible mess. Due to inertia, the black-robed cultivator's knees slid a distance forward, tearing the bottom of his robes and staining them with mud. Sitting up straight, there was a faint scar of blood between the eyes of the black-robed cultivator that was extremely glaring. Even though he had already reacted extremely quickly, he was still a tad slower, and the arrow cut his glabella. Instantly, the pupils of the black-robed cultivator turned dark as ink. In fact, even the whites of his eyes were veiled with a dark fog. As malevolent aura shrouded him, he ordered coldly, "I don't care who shot that arrow. Today, you're definitely going to—" Before he could finish, a voice rang from the fork. "Shut up." The voice sounded impatient and commanding. That enraged the black-robed cultivator. Here, no one else could order him around. Just as he was about to finish his sentence with "die for sure," another cold flash of light appeared accompanied by a buzzing sound. It was yet another arrow. The black-robed cultivator had no choice but to swallow his words before he could finish and bend over that straightened body of his once more. Poof! 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 The cultivators behind him were the victims again. At the fork, the girl in pink and Yan Fei had already escaped. Looking at Su Zimo, who was shooting the arrows, the girl in pink frowned. Gritting her teeth, she glared and questioned. "Su Zimo, weren't you afraid that your arrows might have hit us just now?" Su Zimo gave the girl in pink a cold look. Without saying anything, he gestured towards the other path on the fork, indicating for her to head in that direction. Biting her red lips, the girl in pink said in a low voice, "Remember that your mission is to protect my safety." Still expressionless, Su Zimo looked at the fork road where the black-robed cultivator was and suddenly asked, "Those are people of the Fiend sex?" "That's right, they are disciples of Fiend sex." The girl in pink nodded hurriedly. "Oh." Su Zimo replied and turned to look at the girl in pink, replying indifferently, "I never show mercy to anyone from Fiend sections. If I meet one, I kill one." He truly bore a deep hatred towards Fiend sections. Back in Yin country, Joyful Sect was not of the orthodox path. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the cruel methods of the Fiend sects where hundreds of thousands of innocents suffered tragic deaths in Lifeng City. Even though Su Zimo's comment seemed casual, it felt like he was implying something as well. A glint flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she smiled. "You can't be so sure of that." Su Zimo did not say anything and hung the sanguine crystal bow on his back. Pulling out the cold moon saber from his waist, he headed for the fork road. The black-robed cultivator charged over with his black-boned spear only to see a scholarly-looking green-robed man headed for his direction. The man was slinging a blood-red bow and a quiver on his back, holding a long saber in his hands. "You were the one who fired the arrows?" The eyes of the black-robed cultivator lit up as his lips curled slightly. With a cruel look in his eyes, he strode forth and stabbed with the spear. Malevolent aura surrounded the bone spear, gushing out like black ink. Even though he had not injected any spirit energy, the might of that bone spear far surpassed other weapons. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he twisted his wrist and slashed up with the cold moon saber. Clang! The bone spear was flung away by the cold moon saber. "Oh!" the black-robed cultivator exclaimed softly with a look of surprise, wondering internally. What's the background of this person? In this place, he had not to come across a cultivator that could not only defend against his bone spear, but force it away. Of the 7 Fiend sects, there were only 3 that imparted high-quality body tempering techniques. The strongest among those three was Overlord Palace, followed by Malevolent Earth Sect, and lastly, Hidden Death Sect. Even though disciples of the other four fiend sects tempered their bodies as well, they merely did it by making use of spirit chi and energy. That was the most common form of body tempering. However, compared to true body tempering cultivators, those cultivators were much weaker in melee combat. As the fiend heir of this generation's Malevolent Earth Sect, the black-robed cultivator's melee combat strength needed no elaboration. Before entering this place, the black-robed cultivator only considered two people in this inheritance ground that was worth his attention: the fiend heirs of Overlord Palace and Hidden Death Sect. There was naturally no way this green-robed scholar before him was the fiend heir of Overlord Palace. Even though the fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect was known as the Thousand-Faced Assassin and no one had seen his true appearance, his choice of weapon was constant. It was the Blade of Assassins, Hidden Death Sect's heritage weapon. A long and slender sword, the Blade of Assassins was unlike the saber in front of him. Swish! After repelling the bone spear, Suzumo's cold moon saber did not rest and continued slashing forth, aimed for the cheek of the black-robed cultivator. Before the attack arrived, the black-robed cultivator could already feel its chilling intent. If not for the fact that he had tempered his body with spirit and malevolent chi over many years, the black-robed cultivator may have turned stiff against the aura of that attack. How strong! The black-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly retreated and dodged the attack. In that short while, the other cultivators of Malevolent Earth Sect swarmed from the fork road and surrounded Suzumo. Fufu, what a pity that someone of your skills will have to die here! Laughing, the black-robed cultivator channeled his bloodline and instantly, his eyes turned black as ink without any traces of white in them. A faint malevolent aura was emitted from him. With an indifferent expression, Suzumo shook the saber in his hands and his bloodline began to churn as well. I'll let you have a proper burial today! The black-robed cultivator bellowed and released his power of blood before charging forth. With a flick of his bone spear, a huge circular arc appeared. Black gas swirled around as the tip of the spear fluttered, making it difficult to tell what it was. At the side, the other Malevolent Earth Sect cultivators struck as well. Fufufu! Suzumo burst out into laughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. Splash! Splash! Before his laughter ended, the black-robed cultivator and everyone else heard the gushing of an ocean. That sound came from the body of that green-robed scholar. What? That's the sound when one channels their bloodline! What a strong bloodline! Could it be the legendary Tsunami blood realm? Everyone's expressions changed in disbelief. Body tempering techniques were differentiated into high and low qualities. Low-quality body tempering techniques merely tempered one's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. However, a high-quality body tempering technique could achieve an effect of swapping blood using the bone marrow. For high-quality body tempering techniques, there would always be mention of a specific realm for blood swapping, lead-mercury amalgam. What it meant was that every single drop of blood in that realm would be as heavy, tough, dense, and powerful as lead and mercury. That was an extremely high realm of blood swapping and was difficult to achieve. Above lead-mercury amalgam, there was an even more mystical realm, Tsunami blood. It was said that if a body-tempered cultivator of that realm were to channel his bloodline, his body would produce the gushing sounds of a tsunami and burst forth with explosive power. Each time a cultivator as such attacked, he would carry the surging aura of a tsunami as though he wanted to annihilate the world. Power as such was unstoppable and terrifying beyond words. Chapter 167 I'll Kill You First. Chapter 167 I'll Kill You First. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sound of tsunami blood. Immediately, the expressions of the black-robed cultivator and everyone else changed once more. Disbelief spread across their faces as their pupils contracted. Bang! Boom! Boom! There was also a faint sound of thunder amidst the sound of tsunamis. It was deep, powerful, and shocking. What is this? Why is there thunder in that tsunami sound? After cultivating 2 top-notch marrow-cleansing techniques, Suzumo's realm was not comparable to a mere tsunami blood. The sound of his bloodline was like thunder, resonating like a tiger and leopard. This was the tiger-leopard thunder sound, something unheard of in Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention the black-robed cultivator, even the patriarch-level demons of Malevolent Earth sect would not be able to recognize the origin of this bloodline. Each time Suzumo released his power of blood now, he would not only possess the grandeur of a tsunami, he would also possess the ferocity of tigers and leopards alongside the intense power of thunder. A bedazzling streak of lightning appeared on the cold moon's saber and illuminated the darkness around them. The expression of the black-robed cultivator changed starkly. Malevolent Chi had a Yin attribute, and was mostly hidden underground beneath the 9 hells. What it feared most was an unyielding power such as thunder. The bone spear he was wielding was tempered using malevolent Chi. Even merely waving it without any stances would produce considerable power. Coupled with the malevolent Chi in his bloodline, the might of the bone spear was even greater. But right now, the trump card of the black-robed cultivator was suppressed entirely by Suzumo. Without any time to think, the black-robed cultivator retracted his spear alongside the changing momentum of the fight. Gripping his bone spear tightly with both hands, he gave up on offense and went for complete defense. Clang! The cold moon's saber struck the bone spear heavily. Pitch-black malevolent Chi had just gushed up from the bone spear and was suppressed by a brilliant surge of lightning immediately. The body of the black-robed cultivator trembled in shock. With a low grunt, he retreated repeatedly as his arms ached in soreness terribly. Actually, he was not weaker than Suzumo in terms of strength. However, the power of thunder was an innate weakness for malevolent Chi. Even if the black-robed cultivator was strong, he could only exert less than 70% of his strength, and was forced to retreat against Suzumo. If this was the case for a Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect, it was even worse for the rest. Sword beams and shadows flashed repeatedly as a group of Malevolent Earth sect cultivators surrounded Suzumo. He narrowed his eyes. It was unrealistic to think he would be able to kill the black-robed cultivator in a short period of time. If he was held up by the latter, he might very well fall into an entrapment. No matter how weak those Malevolent Earth sect cultivators were, they were also body-tempered cultivators. Suzumo did not dare to be overconfident. His eyes lit up as he roared into the skies. Bursting with his feet, he dashed to the side and slashed out with his cold moon saber. It was a ferocious attack. With a loud snap, the weapon in a Malevolent Earth sect cultivator's hands was severed by Suzumo. His entire body was cleaved into 2 as blood gushed out, splattering his organs to the ground and filling the air with a stench of blood. Poof! Poof! Suzumo flipped his hand and the cold moon saber made 2 more arcs. 2 Malevolent Earth sect cultivators felt a stinging pain on their throats as a thin, blood scar formed on their necks. After a slight delay, a blood mist sprayed out from them. Suzumo sidestepped and slashed out a bloody path in a domineering manner. He did not pause at all as weapons started falling in all directions. After he rushed out, Suzumo almost did not stop at all before charging back. Swoosh! With a slash of his saber, his blood surged and thunder rumbled. Ah! A Malevolent Earth sect cultivator roared and channeled his blood. He lifted a large shield with his upper body and charged forth. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard when the cold moon's saber landed on the shield. Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Behind the shield, the face of the Malevolent Earth sect cultivator was ashen. His bones were completely shattered as he collapsed to the ground, coughing out blood as life drained out of him. That strike caused everyone watching to tremble in fear as their teeth chattered. Suzumo did not know of any saber techniques at all. His attacks were all discovered through actual combat. With large saber strikes, his bearing was magnificent and extremely forceful. Of the Malevolent Earth sect cultivators, the black-robed cultivator was the only one who could withstand Suzumo's power head-on. For the rest, the best outcome was for their weapons to be hid away from their hands. The worst would be death on the spot. Because no one was able to face Suzumo head-on, the many cultivators of Malevolent Earth's sect could not form their circular attack formation. "Lad, you're from an immortal sect?" The black-robed cultivator frowned and questioned. "Immortal sect?" Tsunami frowned. He only understood many of the things he did not know in the past after joining Ethereal Peak. Immortal, that was a word that no one was qualified to use in the cultivation world, and many people would not dare to either. If immortal cultivation was that simple, why would it be called cultivation? Back in Pingyang Town, when Tsunami saw perfected being Tsung Lang, he thought that was an immortal who was backed by an immortal sect. But in reality, perfected being Tsung Lang could only be considered a cultivator, and Iridescent Cloud's Palace was merely one of the 5 major sects, not an immortal sect. Within the region of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one had heard of the existence of an immortal sect. The black-robed cultivator took Tsunami's silence as acknowledgement, and felt slightly better internally. The 9 immortal and 7 fiend sects were on par. They were the top factions of Tianhuang mainland. If this green-robed scholar was a successor of an immortal sect, it would make sense for his bloodline to be this powerful. "Fellow Taoist, you've got quite the guts. As someone of an immortal sect, how dare you interfere in the affairs of our fiend sects? From what I know, cultivators of all 7 fiend sects are here today. Other than me, the other 5 fiend heirs are here too." The black-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. "It'll be wise of you to leave now. If you really bump into that lunatic from Overlord Palace, you won't be able to leave if you wanted to." 7 fiend sects? Demon heir? Overlord Palace? Those words were extremely foreign to Tsunami, and he had not heard of them before. But since they were from fiend sects, it made no difference to Tsunami. He would just kill them all. "Oh?" Tsunami raised his brow and asked in reverse. "So, that means you're the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect?" "That's right," the black-robed cultivator replied proudly. "That's perfect." Tsunami's eyes lit up brightly with an even more ferocious killing intent. He declared coldly, "Since we've met, I'll kill you first." "Oh?" The black-robed cultivator was rattled as his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected that his statement would not only fail to scare off Tsunami, but bring forth killing intent instead. In theory, anyone from immortal sects would want to keep a safe distance no matter what if they heard news of the Fiend Heirs gathering. The gathering of Fiend Heirs was equivalent to the gathering of the top successors of the Fiend sections. With that, what other Tianhuang mainland cultivator of the same level would dare to linger at a place as such? That was unless legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects were gathered as well. However, the black-robed cultivator would not have guessed that Tsunami's fearlessness was not because he was confident in his skills. Rather, it was because Tsunami wasn't someone of an immortal sect, and nor had he heard of the name of the 7 fiend sections. "Damn it, yet another lunatic!" The black-robed cultivator cursed internally. Which one of the 9 immortal sects produced such a freak? And worse still, why the hell was I the one to bump into him? Before that thought of his was finished, Tsunami had already arrived before him. Boom! With the plow heaven stride, a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was a terrifying sight. Chapter 168 Forced Retreat. Chapter 168 Forced Retreat. With the plow heaven stride, Tsunami's aura became even stronger. In that sheer instant, the black-robed cultivator had a hallucination that a gigantic fissure was ripped out in the skies above him. Tsunami swung his cold moon saber and drew an arc in the air. Cleaving down viciously at the head of the black-robed cultivator, his saber was filled with a cold aura and sharp killing intent. Not daring to clash head-on, the black-robed cultivator took a sidestep and glided beside Tsunami. His bone spear struck out like a viper from a tricky angle. "Oh?" He narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he had many options. He could repel the incoming bone spear with his cold moon saber, or he could dodge the attack and retaliate after. However, both options would eliminate the advantage that Tsunami had just accumulated. Besides, it was inappropriate for him to fight the other party overly given such circumstances where he was surrounded by multiple enemies. The best way of getting out of this situation was to kill the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. That would destroy the minds of the malevolent Earth sect cultivators completely. Faced with the incoming bone spear, Suzumo's eyes lit up and he hollered, "Good strike!" He did not evade or dodge at all. Instead, he opened his palm like a fan and grabbed the bone spear. At the same time, Suzumo changed strategy and stopped his downward cleave. Flicking his wrist, he held the cold moon saber in reverse and slashed at the black-robed cultivator's threat. "You must be courting death!" The black-robed cultivator harumphed coldly. No one would be able to defend against his bone spear barehanded. He believed even that lunatic from Overlord Palace could not do it. The black-robed cultivator was absolutely confident that he would stab Suzumo in the chest after crushing his arm, piercing his heart and killing him on the spot. Right as Suzumo's palm was about to make contact with the black-robed cultivator's bone spear, a strange change happened. A ball of lightning suddenly formed on Suzumo's palm. It was bedazzling and coiled like an electric viper, crackling incessantly. "Oh! Thunder Art!" The black-robed cultivator's expression changed as he could not help but exclaim. Even though Suzumo's cold moon saber had lightning flashing on it previously, no one thought too much. They merely assumed that it was similar to the bone spear and was made from unique spirit materials that had lightning attributes. It was merely a spirit weapon. But right now, a ball of lightning was formed in Suzumo's palm. What did that mean? The black-robed cultivator's first thought was that it was a thunder art. However, he realized that wasn't possible. With the ancient spirit lock formation, all Foundation establishment cultivators had their spirit energy locked. Even if this green-robed scholar was from an immortal sect, he was no exception. Bloodline. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the black-robed cultivator's mind. When Suzumo channeled his blood previously, it not only emitted tsunami sounds but also the rumbling of thunder. This power of thunder originated from his bloodline. As the black-robed cultivator thought, Suzumo's palm had already made contact with the bone spear. Instantly, the malevolent chi on the bone spear dissipated into emptiness and dispersed. The black-robed cultivator was not fazed. Even though the power of thunder could suppress the malevolent chi in his bone spear, Suzumo's palm was flesh and blood after all and could not be compared to his bone spear. With a feral look on his face, the black-robed cultivator's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He roared and exerted strength in both arms, shaking his bone spear, bent on crushing Suzumo's palm. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator's expression froze. Suzumo's palm turned soft all of a sudden and coiled around his bone spear like a tongue. Bam! The bone spear quivered and let out a dull ringing sound. Ah! Yelling in pain, the palm of the black-robed cultivator shattered. Blood splattered all over the place as the bone spear flew from his hand. At the same time, he felt a chilling intent striking from his side that had him feeling as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. The cold moon saber was slashing over. Not good! The black-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. It was too late by the time he wanted to dodge. Suzumo's choice of receiving the black-robed cultivator's bone spear barehanded was just so he could kill the latter within a single move. With the death of the black-robed cultivator, the other cultivators of the malevolent Earth sect that were like chickens and dogs would be of no threat to him. Oh! All of a sudden! As though he sensed something, Suzumo's expression changed slightly. In a split second, a warning flashed in his heart, and he felt a cold, murderous intent. It was a familiar killing intent. He had felt this from the assassin that pretended to be a dead corpse when they had just entered this place. Suzumo did not know when that corpse had infiltrated this place, and what he was disguised as this time round. The only thing he knew was that he would be buried here if he was any slower. At that thought, Suzumo halted his cold moon saber. The black-robed cultivator was, after all, a fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect. He had been through countless battles and there was no way he would give up an opportunity as such. Leaning back, the black-robed cultivator landed on the ground firmly and retreated furiously. Suzumo did not stay at the same spot either. Suddenly, he sidestepped and lowered his body, using both hands and legs on the ground like a giant python that was maneuvering grass. Shing! A long, thin sword landed on the spot where Su Zimo stood earlier on, leaving a shocking sword scar in the ground. If Su Zimo was half a step slower, a bloodied hole would have appeared on his body. The person who struck out the sword was mixed in with the cultivators of Malevolent Earth sect. Even though he looked no different from anyone else, the long, thin sword he was wielding appeared unique. His gaze landing on the sword, the black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes and let out a low cry. Thousand-faced assassin! Even though the thousand-faced assassin's identity was revealed, there was no fluctuation in his expression, and his gaze converged with no luster. Without saying a single word, the thousand-faced assassin flicked his wrist and the long, thin sword strangely disappeared. Following that, his body flashed like a ghost, and he disappeared into the fork. With that missed attack, he fled right on the spot and did not give Su Zimo any chances. The black-robed cultivator's eyes flickered as he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go!" As soon as he said that, the black-robed cultivator continued down the fork with the many Malevolent Earth sect cultivators following suit. Su Zimo's expression changed. After weighing his options on the spot, he turned and left, headed for the direction of the girl in pink. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, this incident would definitely cause quite a stir if the cultivation world knew about it. It wasn't just anyone who could force a retreat out of two Fiend heirs single-handedly. But of course, there were two reasons why Su Zimo gave up on chasing after the black-robed cultivator. Initially, he had intended to end the battle in the swiftest possible manner by killing the black-robed cultivator using thunder methods. Now that the black-robed cultivator retreated into the fork under the protection of many, it wasn't a realistic option for Su Zimo to pursue any longer. Furthermore, there might be a supreme killer hidden along that fork road. The second reason was because of the girl in pink. Su Zimo had promised to ensure her safety. Even though he had already vaguely guessed her identity, he had to fulfill his promise before he was absolutely certain, and could not afford to linger here for too long. Moreover, the itinerant cultivator, Yen Fei, was around the girl in pink. Su Zimo had long noticed that there was something amiss with the way Yen Fei looked at the girl in pink. Chapter 169 A Pool of Blood. Chapter 169 A Pool of Blood. The girl in pink and Yen Fei ran non-stop through the fork. Yen Fei's head was lowered and his eyes flashed with a changing expression. No one could read his thoughts. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yen Fei's eyes as though he had made up his mind about something. Moving forward suddenly, he pinned the girl in pink against the wall. He raised his arm and choked it around the girl in pink's throat, almost pressing himself against her entirely. "Ugh!" The girl in pink grunted softly and frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" "It hurts." The tender voice of the girl in pink seduced itself into Yen Fei's heart, causing it to skip a beat. Instinctively, he loosened his grip even though he did not remove his arm still. Leaning in, Yen Fei stared keenly into the girl in pink's eyes. He spoke with a warm moisture in his breath. "Demonis G, do you really think I'm like those fools of Southern Mountain sect? You thought that I came to this place because I was bewitched by your charm as well? What are you talking about?" The girl in pink blinked huge, innocent eyes and asked in puzzlement. "F-f-f." Yen Fei smiled lecherously. "Stop pretending. Others may not know of your identity, but which disciple of Fiend sects would not know who you are? Furthermore, I've been coveting your body for the longest time, he." The girl in pink's gaze turned cold as she asked, "You're from Cloud Rain sect?" "Smart," Yen Fei praised. "No wonder you're this generation's pure maiden." With an unchanged expression, the girl in pink asked again, "Did Shangguan Yu send you?" "Him?" Yen Fei scoffed coldly. "Even though he's the Fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, he can't command me. As long as I obtain your body, I'll make a name for myself within the Fiend sects and gain a huge boost in my powers. I'll trample Shangguan Yu beneath my feet and replace him to be the new Fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect. Demonis G, surrender that precious pure maiden essence in your body to me." Why you're doing it here? What if someone comes? Finally, a hint of panic flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a trembling voice. Yen Fei laughed. Don't worry, I'll take you out of this place right away so we don't get involved in this mess. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, it won't matter whether or not we get the inheritance of this place. Furthermore, there's that lunatic of Overlord Palace. Even if a couple of you Fiend heirs combine forces, you might not be a match for him. Be Brother Yen. If I lose my virginity, my status as the pure maiden will be gone, and I won't be able to stay in the sect any longer. See, can you not abandon Yenner? The girl in pink wept as she said pitifully, Brother Yen, as long as you don't let me down, I'm willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life without forsaking you. Yen Fei's heart softened. For the pure maiden of the Fiend sex to beg pitifully, there was no one who could turn down such a request heartlessly. However, today was a rare opportunity that Yen Fei could not possibly give up. Yenner, don't worry. As long as I obtain your pure maiden essence, I'll definitely not abandon you. Yen Fei replied gently. You under Cloud Rain sect as well. If I become Cloud Rain sect's Fiend heir, I'll have no lack of women around me. However, I guarantee that there'll always be a place for you. Is that so? Right then, the girl in pink exhaled with the fragrance of flowers. Lifting her veil gently, she revealed a flawless smile and a soul-stealing pink glint flickered through her eyes. Yen Fei was slightly taken aback and his expression stiffened, a momentary daze appearing in his eyes. Not good! The next moment, he was alarmed. Just as he was about to exert force through his arm, he felt a throbbing pain in his chest as he was drained of energy. In that moment when Yen Fei was dazed, the girl in pink suddenly struck and punched Yen Fei on the chest fiercely, injuring his heart severely. Right after, her arm climbed up Yen Fei's chest like a fair snake. Spreading her slender fingers, she grabbed Yen Fei's throat. Snap! The girl in pink's gaze was ice cold and she was extremely decisive, pinching it without hesitation. Yen Fei's throat ruptured and he died on the spot, his eyes filled with indignance. The entire process lasted for a very short period of time. When Yen Fei's body collapsed to the ground, the girl in pink's veil fell slowly and covered that ravishing face of hers once more. Su Zimo had just arrived in time to see the girl in pink retract her hand. Her palm was smooth as jade, shining and delicate. It was hard to imagine that a mere palm was so shockingly beautiful that it seemed like the most precious treasure in the world. Even though she had just killed someone, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her palm. After killing Yen Fei, the girl in pink felt something and glanced sideways. When she saw Su Zimo, the coldness in her gaze disappeared. Whimpering, she pounced over like a swallow returning to its nest while saying, Brother Su, that was a close call. I was nearly bullied just now. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, totally unmoved. When she pounced at him, he took a sidestep and dodged aside. Throwing herself into the air, the girl in pink pouted her red lips in grievance and confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes that seemed as though they could flow at any moment. After pausing for a moment, the girl in pink seemed to recall something as she asked in concern. Brother Su, are you all right? Did those people from the demonic malevolent Earth sect hurt you? Su Zimo did not reply and said suddenly, Let's continue ahead. Yes, all right. The girl in pink nodded obediently. Since it's your sect's inheritance ground, you know what's there to be inherited, right? Along the way, Su Zimo asked casually. Perhaps some cultivation techniques or secret skills? The girl in pink replied ambiguously. After all, I've never been to this place before too, so I don't know the exact details. Pausing for a moment, she continued. But I've got a feeling that we're almost reaching the end. In the underground fork road, there was always a thin black fog that emitted a faint smell of blood. As Su Zimo and the girl in pink went deeper, the stench of blood grew thicker. Su Zimo speculated that even though there were many complex fork roads underground, if they were to head for a single direction, all of those roads would lead to the same endpoint. True enough. After walking for a while, Su Zimo and the girl in pink walked out of another fork. The scenery in front of them changed and suddenly became bright. This was an extremely spacious area. Around them, the mountain walls were steep with many dense cracks. Those cracks led to the countless connecting forks outside. In the middle of this place was a gigantic pool with a sparkling surface. This was where the black fog wafted out from. Tsunami focused his gaze and could not help but take a deep breath as chills ran down his spine. The color of the pool was dark and grisly red. It was a pool of blood. How many people's blood did it take to form such a pool? The girl in pink looked at the blood pool with a glint and fervor in the depth of her eyes. Chapter 170 Demon Heirs Gathered. Chapter 170 Demon Heirs Gathered. About 100 feet away from the blood pool, a cultivator with a buzz cut sat in a lotus position. There was a thick black spear embedded in the ground beside him. It was even taller than Tsunami. The buzz cut cultivator had his eyes closed. Breathing steadily, his face was sharp as a knife and his upper body was bare. Every single inch of his muscles shone with a bronze luster, as though watered by molten steel. It gave off a feeling of strength. There was no one within a radius of 100 meters around the person. There was only the long, thick spear. The moment Tsunami saw that person, he felt an immense pressure. It was an unrestrained, violent aura that dominated the entire place. That person is very strong! Tsunami's heart skipped a beat. Even though the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation meant that one could only rely on their melee combat skills, Tsunami was not invincible. He was only at the marrow cleansing section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and it wasn't at greater mastery yet. Even with the support of the marrow cleansing Sutra of the Void Thunder Manual, his power was only equivalent to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The girl in pink frowned slightly when she looked at the buzz-cut cultivator. Demon heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu. Regarded by many disciples of Fiend sects as the Lunatic of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu was domineering in his actions and possessed extreme combat strength. He was also the only one who would be so confident to head to this place alone. On the other end of the blood pool stood more than 100 cultivators in the same get-up. It was clear they were from the same faction. Leading them was a man in purple robes. Hands behind his back, he had a deep and mysterious gaze. His eyes looked like they were able to emit a light of illusion that could bewitch one's heart. To the side of the purple-robed cultivator, there were dozens of other cultivators with their leader donning a crimson-red robe. With pursed lips, his face was expressionless, and he had an extremely cold gaze. Tsunami swept his gaze and could roughly tell that excluding them, there were 3 factions at this place. The buzz-cut cultivator was alone, the purple-robed cultivator with his 100-odd cultivators and the crimson-robed cultivator with his dozens of cultivators. Of course, it could also be 4 factions. If Tsunami was right, the corpse that tried to assassinate him twice previously should not belong to either of these 3 factions. Including him, there were 4 factions. If that corpse was here, given his disguise skills, he would not be found by Tsunami until he let out any killing intent. When Tsunami and the girl in pink arrived, the cultivators of the 3 factions reacted differently. The buzz-cut cultivator was motionless. He did not even open his eyes. The purple-robed cultivator looked at the girl in pink and smirked coldly. The crimson-robed cultivator was indifferently cold and remained silent. The commonality of the 3 factions was that all of them subconsciously ignored Tsunami. Right then, at a fork road not far away, a group of cultivators arrived. They were led by a man in black robes. Those were the malevolent Earth sect cultivators that Tsunami had exchanged blows with previously. When the black-robed cultivator caught sight of Tsunami, his pupils constricted slightly, and there was a flash of killing intent. Initially, the black-robed cultivator brought more than 100 men with him. However, more than 20 of them were slain after that short exchange of blows with Tsunami. In fact, he nearly died as well. Before long, another couple of people appeared. They were led by an extremely handsome man. Holding a folding fan, the man had a jade-like complexion. His eyes were akin to sparkling stars and he had an extraordinary bearing. Coupled with a set of white robes, he was what people would refer to as a dashing gentleman. The man carried a faint smile and had a gentle gaze. Compared to the buzz-cut and purple-robed cultivator, he was considered normal and did not seem as though he was from a fiend sect. The white-robed man was accompanied by 4 stunning women. All of them had beautiful looks and graceful figures, exuding different styles of their own. Turning his gaze, the white-robed man looked at the girl in pink and said gently, "Yenner, this place is so dangerous. Come to my side?" "Hee hee." The girl in pink chuckled. "Shangguan Yu, sorry to disappoint you. But an idiot of your Cloud Rain sect was killed by me." "Oh." The white-robed cultivator named Shangguan Yu did not seem surprised at all as he nodded. "Yan Fei? I expected that he would die. Only I did not think that he would die so quickly. I thought that he would be able to arrive here with you at least. Even though he's a disciple of Cloud Rain sect, he committed a most heinous mistake," the girl in pink replied. "Foo-foo." Shangguan Yu laughed. "He's just an ordinary fiend sect disciple. How can he be a match for the pure maiden of our fiend sects? It's only normal that he would die." Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Yu swept his gaze across Shangguan Yu and fanned himself, asking in a seemingly casual manner, "Yenner, who is that?" "He's my bodyguard." The girl in pink walked forward, slung her arm around Su Zimo's shoulders, and replied in a tired voice. "Oh?" Shangguan Yu smiled and said faintly, "He's quite capable to be able to get here, it's just a pity he's about to die." Right then, Su Zimo turned sideways and looked at the girl in pink. There was a flash of mockery in his eyes as he said calmly, "Pure maiden of the fiend sections. Indeed, you're someone of the fiend sections. I didn't want to hide it from you either, but—" The girl in pink was about to explain when she was interrupted by Su Zimo. "I've already said this previously. Any one of the fiend sects, if I meet one, I kill one." Upon hearing this, someone could not help but laugh out loud. What was this place? Who were the people in this place? That green-robed cultivator must be truly stupid to dare say such a thing. Ha ha! A series of laughter broke out from the crowd. Even the buzz-cut cultivator, who had closed his eyes the entire time, turned his head to look at Su Zimo. "Who is this person? What a riot! I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with his brains such that he's starting to spout nonsense." Almost everyone present was laughing. However, the black-robed cultivator from Malevolent Earth sect was not. Shangguan Yu smiled. "Yenner, that cultivator is quite interesting. I almost can't bear to kill him." The girl in pink ignored everyone else. She looked at Su Zimo and said aggrievedly, "Brother Su, you promised that you would protect me." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. His next words nearly made the girl in pink vomit blood from anger. "I'm going back on my words," Su Zimo continued expressionlessly. Gritting her teeth, the girl in pink said, "How can you be this shameless? Don't forget, I gave you more than 400,000 spirit stones." Su Zimo pointed at the surrounding cultivators and said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, they are all from fiend sects as well. The inheritance ground here belongs to you guys of the fiend sects. You lured me to this place with ill intentions. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeves, I would have ended up in the same situation as Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the rest. For 400,000 spirit stones, I can protect you. But buying my life with that amount? That's too cheap." At that moment, the girl in pink was alarmed. Both of them were so close that she could truly feel Su Zimo's killing intent. The girl in pink's body stiffened, as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. She knew that if she did not handle this correctly, the green-robed man would truly kill her. "Why you can't kill me?" the girl in pink suddenly said. Su Zimo remained silently and merely glared at the girl in pink coldly. His palm was already on the handle of the cold moon saber. Reaching out, the girl in pink removed her veil slowly and revealed a flawlessly beautiful face. She said softly, "My name is Ji Yaoyan." Chapter 171 It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. Chapter 171 It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. The moment the girl in pink removed her veil, Everyone's breathing froze for a moment. Even though the many disciples of Fiend sects had seen that peerlessly beautiful face before, they could still feel an unprecedented sense of amazement looking at it once again, such that they forgot to breathe for a moment. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned as well. Any words that could describe the girl in pink's beauty seemed inadequate at the moment. But very quickly, Su Zimo's eyes regained clarity. Frowning, he murmured softly, "Ji Yaoyan?" He recalled the scene of how he met Gu Shi in the Gu 11 back in Sky Treasure Auction House previously, and gradually came to a realization. Besides, he could see traces of Ji Yaoxue from the girl in pink's appearance. "She's your elder sister?" Su Zimo asked coldly. Smiling with pursed lips, the girl in pink nodded. She believed that she would not have to say much for someone of Su Zimo's intelligence to guess her identity. With that relationship, he would not kill her even if she was the pure maiden of the Fiend sex. True enough. The killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes disappeared. His expression changed as he asked in a deep voice, "What's going on here? Why are the Fiend sects gathered here? Have you heard of the 7 Fiend sects?" Ji Yaoyan did not reply and asked instead. Su Zimo shook his head. "Ha!" A snicker came from the side. Many of the Fiend sect disciples looked at Su Zimo in disdain as though they were looking at a dead man. The black-robed cultivator of Malevolent Earth sect was the only one who pouted his lips and lamented internally. "Continue pretending. I don't believe anyone from an immortal sect wouldn't have heard of the 7 Fiend sects," Ji Yaoyan said. "The so-called 7 Fiend sects refers to Illusion Fiend Cult, Zenith Sect, Overlord Palace, Hidden Death Sect, Pure Maiden Sect, Cloud Rain Sect, and Malevolent Earth Sect. These 7 sects are all top factions in Tianhuang mainland. Any one of the mighty figures or patriarchs in the sect is more than enough to destroy all 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Even though Ji Yaoyan's comment did not sound like a big deal, there was a warning in it. She was telling Su Zimo not to reveal his identity. Otherwise, Ethereal Peak could be destroyed because of this. The few people standing at the front are the Fiend heirs of the various Fiend sections. That purple-robed cultivator is from Illusion Fiend Cult, the blood-robed cultivator is from Zenith Sect, the buzz-cut cultivator is the Lunatic from Overlord Palace. As for the assassin that tried to kill us previously, he's the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect, the thousand-faced assassin. Ji Yaoyan pointed at the few of them, and Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd before finally looking back at Ji Yaoyan. "Which sect's Fiend heir are you?" I'm from Pure Maiden Sect." Ji Yaoyan blinked her eyes and smiled playfully. If Ji Yaoyan had not admitted it personally, and Su Zimo was not there to witness, he would not have imagined that the innocent girl with a bedazzling smile right in front of him was someone from the Fiend sects. "The Fiend heirs are gathered here for the inheritance of this place. Because the lineage of the Pure Maiden Sect is passed down alone, I don't have helpers like the rest of them. So, you've got to help me." Ji Yaoyan raised her fist and said with anticipation, "Demoness Ji, there's an ancient spirit lock formation here. If you want to obtain the inheritance against Lunatic Pang, we'll have to join forces." The Fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult suddenly said. Ji Yaoyan whispered, "Of the 7 Fiend sects, Overlord Palace is the strongest in melee combat. That buzz-cut cultivator's name is Pang Yu, you've got to be wary of him." Even without Ji Yaoyan's reminder, Su Zimo would definitely watch out for that person. To be precise, he was watching out for every single one of those Fiend heirs. If the 7 Fiend sects were as fearsome as Ji Yaoyan had said, how could the Fiend heirs present be that easy to deal with? Right then, Pang Yu of Overlord Palace suddenly opened his eyes. There was an excited glint in his gaze as he said slowly, "We're all from Fiend sects, so let me remind all of you. Anyone that wishes to withdraw should do it now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving any face if we were to start fighting later on." Those were overbearing words. He was the only person from Overlord Palace. While the other 6 sects had the advantage of being able to join forces, this man was not only unafraid, he was even threatening them instead. It wasn't because Pang Yu was the strongest amongst the Fiend heirs. It was due to the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. With everyone's spirit energies locked, they could only rely on melee combat. Overlord Palace was the strongest of the 7 sects in terms of melee combat. The presence of the ancient spirit lock formation was also a boon for Su Zimo. If it was a proper clash, he would not be a match for the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect. However, he could suppress the latter in melee combat. "We'll definitely join forces," suddenly, the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect said. "However, we've got to kill the outsider before joining forces. Otherwise, he's just an eyesore." The Malevolent Earth sect heir's gaze fell onto Su Zimo. It was obvious who he was referring to as the outsider. Having suffered a huge loss and nearly dying in the hands of Su Zimo, he was naturally not going to let this off. Shengguan Yu waved his fan and nodded, saying in a gentle voice, "That sounds about right. No matter what, this is an internal struggle of the Fiend sections. It won't be nice to let outsiders see it." F-f-f. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst out into laughter. He surveyed the surroundings and declared loudly, "You want to kill me?" The many Fiend sect disciples had cold expressions, carrying a mocking look in their eyes. However, Su Zimo continued, "How rare for you Fiend heirs to be gathered today. It's a good opportunity to kill all of you. And you." Su Zimo looked at the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect and said indifferently, "You were lucky to escape earlier on. Hand over your life now." When they heard that, everyone was stunned. Malevolent Earth sect's heir had exchanged blows with the green-robed cultivator? And he was not a match for the opponent and had to escape. What was the background of this person? Before anyone could finish their thoughts, Su Zimo's body swayed and he pulled out the Cold Moon's saber on his waist. He was taking the first move. Rushing towards the group from Malevolent Earth sect, he dashed with such speed that it left a flurry of afterimages. "Oh?" Pengyu remarked in slight surprise as the excitement in his eyes intensified. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the burst of that simple action from Su Zimo was. "Interesting." Pengyu smiled as though he had found a prey. "Everyone, please assist me. That person is from the immortal sects." The Malevolent Earth sect heir retreated swiftly and hollered. He had witnessed Su Zimo's strength earlier on, and was naturally not stupid enough to fight the latter head-on. "Someone of the immortal sects? Such guts! You're asking for death." Upon hearing the words immortal sect, many Fiend sect disciples let out their killing intents. They pulled out their weapons and rushed forth, surrounding Su Zimo. Su Zimo swung his Cold Moon saber and descended from the skies. It was as though he wanted to slice the voids into half. Even though the Fiend heir managed to dodge it, 2 other Malevolent Earth sect cultivators were caught in it. The 2 of them did not have time to think as they exerted strength in both arms and channeled their blood. Raising the saber in their hands, they pushed and defended upwards. Clang! 3 sabers collided into one another. Crack! 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 The sabers of the 2 Malevolent Earth sect cultivators shattered as the both of them shook violently as though they were struck by thunder. Coughing out fresh blood, they were sent flying. Everyone was shocked. A single slash had contained such terrifying might. Chapter 172 1 against 5. Chapter 172 1 against 5. Su Zimo was not someone who would just give in and surrender. Ignoring the fact that there was an ancient spirit lock formation that restricted everyone's spirit energies, he would not have surrendered without it. Furthermore, he had a deep hatred for Fiend sects to begin with. This was a rare opportunity for him. Even if he could not manage to kill all 6 Fiend heirs, he would not let them receive their inheritance that easily. A chilling intent gushed at him from the sides. Through the corner of his eye, Su Zimo caught sight of many sword shadows. The sword shone with a sinister glow that was dizzying. The Fiend heir of Illusion Fiend cult. The power of that attack was not strong. In fact, it was even weaker than the power burst forth from the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect. However, in the hands of the Fiend heir of Illusion Fiend cult, the sword seemed to transform endlessly, and it was difficult to differentiate from illusion and reality. Su Zimo frowned slightly. he actually had to dodge to the side against that attack. This was a completely brilliant sword technique. Strength wasn't the only factor in melee combat. Speed, defense, and techniques were all embodiments of combat strength. Even though Su Zimo preferred the strength of sabers, he did not know of many techniques. He merely rotated between a few moves and made use of pure brute force. Against the brilliant sword techniques of the illusion Fiend cult heir, Su Zimo was actually forced to retreat momentarily, and had no way of retaliating. Swoosh! On the other side, there was a flash of blood, emitting a strong, pungent smell. The blood light wasn't truly blood, it was light from the saber. The Zenith sect heir wielded a crimson-red saber that was sinister, and felt as though blood was flowing within it. The intensity of that bloodlust was so strong that even Su Zimo felt suffocated. Su Zimo had survived an entire year in the Sanlang mountain range and had been through all sorts of bloody scenarios. However, the attack from the Zenith sect heir still had Su Zimo feeling as though he was faced with a mountain of corpses. It was extremely devastating and sapping. Swoosh! A folding fan opened and swirled in front of Su Zimo. The clouds on it seemed as though they were about to rain. Su Zimo merely took a single glance when he felt his mind go adrift. A surge of uncontrollable lust was rising under his abdomen. Not good! Su Zimo's had a great shock. It was a similar feeling to breathing in the joyful reunion powder of Joyful Sect. However, Shangguan Yu's method was many times more brilliant than the Joyful Sect cultivators. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the malevolent Earth Sect heir who was forced to retreat earlier. Charging back once more, he shook the bone spear in his hands and stabbed forth. With the combined attack of 4 Fiend heirs, Su Zimo was like a small boat in a furious ocean that could capsize at any moment. All of a sudden, a sense of danger flashed in Su Zimo's mind once more. A bone-chilling killing intent had resurfaced. Hidden Death Sect's assassin had struck. The thousand-faced assassin was unlike Peng Yu of Overlord Palace. Peng Yu was standing at the side and watching everything coldly with his hands behind his back. Given his status and strength, there was naturally no way he would stoop down to joining forces with others. However, the thousand-faced assassin was an assassin and his aim was to kill off his enemies. Naturally, it did not matter to him whether he had to join forces or whom he was joining forces with. All he bothered about was to find the most opportune moment to strike and obtain his assassination. When she saw that, Ji Yaoyan's eyes dimmed. In the cultivation world, there were probably no more than 5 people who could survive a combined attack of 5 Fiend heirs. This Su Zimo before her was a nobody and was definitely not one of the 5. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyan felt a sense of regret. Unlike Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the others, Su Zimo did not harbor any evil thoughts towards her. Furthermore, he did not hurt her despite his immense hatred for those of the Fiend sex after finding out that she was Ji Yaoxue's younger sister. This was a clear-minded and loyal individual who should not die at a place as such. However, it was too late even if she regretted it. Su Zimo, who was trapped in the middle, had no room to dodge. There was only one outcome awaiting him. Amidst the shadows of swords and sabers, Su Zimo truly understood the terror of these Fiend heirs. This was even with the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation. If not for the restriction on their spirit energies, Su Zimo would most likely be seriously injured the moment they clashed. How long have the 7 Fiend sects been around? They had a lineage from the ancient era and were ranked alongside the immortal sects in Buddhism. Ethereal sect merely had a history of a couple thousands of years. There were countless sects like it since the ancient era and there were many more which had disappeared into the sands of time without any trace left. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo had merely been on the path of immortality cultivation for a mere 2 years. In terms of actual strength, he was no match for the Fiend heirs of Fiend sects at all. However, what Su Zimo truly relied on was not his immortal cultivation techniques. It was the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and the Void Thunder Manual. Splash! Splash! The sound of waves roaring echoed out as the earth seemed to collapse. Oh! Peng Yu's ears quivered as a bright light shone in his eyes. he said in disbelief. Tsunami blood? Bang! Boom! Boom! Right on the heels of that, rolling thunder could be heard mixed in the tsunami sounds. Su Zimo channeled his blood, causing his entire body to swell as his muscles tore through his clothes. The strong and ferocious bloodline coursed through his limbs, suppressing the lust in his heart. Su Zimo's eyes regained their clarity. Against the entrapment of the 5 Fiend heirs, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his fighting spirit boiled as he bellowed, "Mystify!" Thunder flashed in his palms as an extremely violent atmosphere filled the room. With Su Zimo in the center, a blinding light burst out, forming a huge ring of lightning that spread in all directions. At that moment, the 5 senses of the 5 Fiend heirs were momentarily lost. The true self of the illusion Fiend cult heir's long sword revealed itself for a brief instant. This was the saying that when fiends were 1 foot tall, the Tao was 10 feet higher. Su Zimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, clashing it heavily against the illusion Fiend cult Fiend heir's long sword. Sparks flew as ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing filled the air. The illusion Fiend cult heir's body shook as his expression turned incomparably pale. He staggered to his knee and fell backwards, landing on the ground with a stream of blood oozing from the side of his mouth. Illusion Fiend cult did not have any high-quality body tempering techniques to begin with. The moment his sword technique was broken, there was no way he could withstand Su Zimo's might. Thunder Spear! After Mystify, lightning condensed on Su Zimo's palm once more, forming a long spear that coiled like an electric python. He flung it towards the Zenith sect heir. Pissed! The Fiend heir gasped slightly. In this place where everyone's spirit energies were restricted, this green-robed cultivator could release thunder art. Furthermore, the power of his thunder art was considerable. There was no way the Zenith sect heir would dare to proceed as he clutched his sword in front of his chest. The thunder spear struck the middle of his blood-red saber and lightning flash, extending from the blade to his body. The Zenith sect heir trembled and his legs went limp, falling to the ground as well. In the blink of an eye, 2 Fiend heirs were severely injured. At this moment, the effects of Mystify had disappeared and Shangguan Yu's fan cut at Su Zimo's throat like a sharp blade. The killing intent of the 1,000-faced assassin was still locked onto Su Zimo, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. At the same time, the malevolent Earth sect heir's bone spear have carved a semicircle in midair, shrouding Su Zimo with a chilling, malevolent aura that was pitch black. Chapter 173 Manipulating the Situation. Chapter 173 Manipulating the Situation. Even though he forced back 2 Fiend heirs in a row, the situation was still extremely dangerous for Su Zimo. Right then, a chain tore through the air and coiled towards Shangguan Yu like a slithering wild snake. It shone with a glistening cold light. There was a flash of fear in Shangguan Yu's eyes and he did not dare to be careless, leaping back and retreating hurriedly. Demoness G, what are you doing? Shangguan Yu chided with a narrowed gaze. That chain was Ji Yaoyan's weapon. When she saw that Su Zimo was trapped, she was filled with regret. However, even if she had struck then, she would not have been able to break him out of the predicament. But the next moment, there was a sudden change. With an incomparably powerful stance, Su Zimo burst forth with the power of his bloodline and forced back 2 Fiend heirs with his thunder art. That caused a change in the situation. Ji Yaoyan no longer hesitated and struck immediately. With her addition, there was yet another change to the situation. Of the 5 Fiend heirs, 3 of them were gone, leaving only the 1,000-faced assassin and malevolent Earth sect heir. Actually, among the 5 Fiend heirs, the greatest threat to Su Zimo was the 1,000-faced assassin. That was because Su Zimo could not ascertain his location. Once the 1,000-faced assassin appeared, it would definitely be a sure-kill attack. In a flash, Su Zimo's mind raced. He strode forward, grabbed his cold moon saber with both hands and slashed at the bone spear. The malevolent Earth sect heir smirked coldly. He had long noticed that even though Su Zimo was strong, the latter did not know any saber techniques. That was Su Zimo's greatest weakness. However, it was different from Malevolent Earth Sect. He alone had mastered 5 high-quality spear techniques. With a shake of his bone spear, it streaked across the air in a circular arc. While it may seem like a simple move, the landing point of the tip was unknown, and could change at any moment. When he saw Tsuzumo's attack, the Malevolent Earth Sect heir narrowed his eyes and barked coldly. Die! He exerted strength in both arms, and the bone spear trembled. It avoided the trajectory of the cold moon saber and continued thrusting forth at Tsuzumo's chest. Leaving his chest wide open, Tsuzumo had revealed a fatal flaw. Right then, a ghostly figure appeared from the crowd of fiend cultivators who had been surrounding them. It instantly appeared behind Tsuzumo and stretched out its palm. Under the watch of countless gazes, that initially empty palm produced a long, slender sword. It was as thin as cicada wings and extremely sharp. No one could clearly see how the sword had appeared. But at this moment, everyone knew the identity of the assailant, Hidden Death Sect's heir, the thousand-faced assassin. No one would be able to detect him if he did not make a move. He might be at anyone's side or even in front of them. However, they would not realize that the most terrifying assassin in the cultivation world had just passed them. At this moment, Tsuzumo was using his old moves to face the incoming bone spear of the Malevolent Earth Sect heir. It was too late for him to retract his saber and defend. Tsuzumo only had a single option left. He had to dodge backwards. At the same time, the thousand-faced assassin appeared and stabbed his sword, completely cutting off Tsuzumo's escape path. The timing of the thousand-faced assassin was ingenious and frightening. Even if they were just watching, everyone could not help but feel a sense of dread. On the other side, Ji Yaoyan was totally entangled by Shangguan Yu and could not get away. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned and Tsuzumo's life was on the line. Peng Yu shook his head and the excitement in his eyes faded gradually. To him, Tsuzumo was already a dead man. A dead man was not worthy of being his opponent. No one noticed that Tsuzumo, who was in the middle of the storm, had still eyes and a composed expression. He was frighteningly calm. Under normal circumstances, Tsuzumo would truly have no way out and could not react in time. However, in this situation, he was deliberately letting out an opening. If he did not do that, the thousand-faced assassin would never appear. That was too much of a threat for Tsuzumo. As the bone spear approached, Tsuzumo swung back with his saber, as though he had expected it. Without stopping at all, he bent down suddenly and slithered on the ground with his limbs like a giant python. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes lit up and they were stunned. Even though the dodging movement seemed somewhat odd, it avoided the incoming bone spear and long sword of the thousand-faced assassin perfectly. The beauty was in its precision. He had managed to turn that crisis into nothing. All right. Peng Yu grinned as fighting spirit filled his eyes once more. As for the Malevolent Earth Sect heir, his heart skipped a beat when he missed his attack. Without thinking, he exerted strength in his feet and retreated with his spear immediately. A black shadow slid across the ground at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Tsuzumo leaped up, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he slashed up with his cold moon saber. Ah! The Malevolent Earth Sect heir exclaimed loudly and held his bone spear in front of his chest to defend. Clang! The moment the weapons came into contact, the Malevolent Earth Sect heir began to feel uneasy internally. Even though his bone spear had collided with the cold moon saber, it felt as though it was striking air, and he could not feel any impact. This is bad. It's a fake! The Malevolent Earth Sect heir's heart sank. Tsuzumo scoffed coldly. The moment the cold moon saber and the bone spear made contact, he sidestepped and dodged to the side. A long and slender sword stabbed from behind, brushing by Tsuzumo treacherously by a single hair's breadth. If he was half a step slower, or if he was entangled with the Malevolent Earth Sect heir, Tsuzumo would not have been able to dodge that attack. The expression of the Malevolent Earth Sect heir changed as his pupils constricted. Almost at the same time that Tsuzumo dodged, the sword stabbed over. In the midst of things, he had no time to react at all. Thousand-faced assassin! The malevolent Earth sect heir shrieked, and in a rather impressive display of swift reaction, he pulled the bone spear that defended his chest upwards. The thousand-faced assassin felt a blur before his eyes. When the figure flashed, he realized that something was amiss and tried to retract his momentum. Clang! The long sword made contact with the bone spear. Poof! Right after, a flash of blood appeared. The malevolent Earth sect heir groaned dully as his face turned pale, and he trembled in pain. That strike should have pierced his chest. However, because he used the bone spear to dodge and the thousand-faced assassin had retracted his momentum, the long sword merely pierced his shoulder. At this moment, the thousand-faced assassin suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. A bone-chilling killing intent surged and enveloped his surroundings. Not far away, Tsunami loaded his bow. He had 4 arrows left. Now, all 4 of them were loaded on the bow that curved like a full moon. They were aimed at the thousand-faced assassin who had just appeared. It was only now that the thousand-faced assassin realized he was one Tsunami wanted to kill the most. If he had not appeared, Tsunami would have to be on his toes and be extra wary of his assassination attempts. Even if the latter had a myriad of techniques, he might only be able to use less than half of them. But now, not only had he failed his assassination attempted, his long sword was still stuck in the malevolent Earth sect heir's shoulder, and he could not pull it out yet. Swoosh! 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 4 black beams descended, almost sealing off all routes of retreat for the thousand-faced assassin. Upon seeing this, the spectating crowd suddenly had an illusion. On the surface, it seemed like the 5 Fiend heirs were attacking the green-robed cultivator. However, the latter was actually taking the initiative to manipulate the situation and lead them in his direction right from the very beginning. Now, even the mysterious thousand-faced assassin had fallen into this green-robed cultivator's trap. Everyone could not help but entertain a flashing thought. Who is this person? Chapter 174, Change in the Blood Pool. Chapter 174, Change in the Blood Pool. Even though he knew that he had fallen into a trap, the thousand-faced assassin was still expressionless. Drawing his sword, he curled into a ball and spun in midair like a turtle. The slender sword formed a beautiful, bedazzling sword beam around him. This was an extremely famous defensive technique of Hidden Death Sect. On the one hand, a curled body could reduce the possibility of one getting injured. On the other hand, the rotational force combined with the sword's dance would produce a barrier that could defend in all directions. Even water would have difficulty penetrating it. Cling! Clang! 4 black beams struck the spinning sword beam and let out a series of crisp sounds. The 4 arrows were blocked. Tsunami shot the 4 arrows and casually threw his sanguine crystal bow down. Without the slightest pause, his body flashed and he lunged towards the thousand-faced assassin as an icy, murderous aura emitted from the cold moon's saber in his hands. Naturally, Tsunami would not assume that he would be able to kill the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect with just 4 arrows. The 4 arrows were just his first attack. Tsunami's real killing blow was behind. Even though the thousand-faced assassin had blocked the 4 arrows, he still had a slight pause in his actions due to their power. By now, Tsunami had arrived in front of him, aimed at his neck with a raised cold moon saber without saying a single word. Even though there was no technique involved in Tsunami's attack, he carried an unrivaled aura. As his blood surged, lightning flashed as well in a ferocious manner. Without any way to dodge, the thousand-faced assassin could only face it head-on. It wasn't because he did not want to dodge, it was because Tsunami had forced him into a spot. Every single move was calculated to extreme precision such that he did not even have room to breathe. Clang! The long sword collided against the cold moon's saber and let out a jarring sound. The thousand-faced assassin's body quivered. His arms were sore and his palm was torn as fresh blood dripped. He could hardly hold his weapon any longer. The sword was curved to a frightening degree from the great force of the cold moon's saber. Right as the saber was about to strike the thousand-faced assassin's chest, a strange change happened. Due to the bending of the thousand-faced assassin's sword, its tip jumped in a strange manner and silently pierced towards Su Zimo's throat as though it was alive. If Su Zimo continued with his attack, the thousand-faced assassin would be severely injured at most. However, his throat would be pierced on the spot. The assassination methods of Hidden Death Sect were unpredictable and beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Any single bit of carelessness could cause a person to lose their life. A warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. From the corner of his eye, he caught the incoming sword tip and retracted his saber while kicking forward. On the surface, it seemed like it was just a single kick forward. However, with Su Zimo's bloodline and burst power, that kick was no different than the thrust of a huge spear. All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Su Zimo changed his strategy at the last moment and retracted his foot. On the other hand of the thousand-faced assassin was a dagger that appeared out of nowhere, waiting for Su Zimo's leg to strike it. No wonder he's the Fiend heir of Hidden Death Sect. Su Zimo praised internally and felt a sense of regret. He had laid down all these plans meticulously, thinking that he would be able to kill the thousand-faced assassin here. However, he did not expect that the latter would have been able to solve his complex attempts. Of course, even though the thousand-faced assassin had managed to survive, he was not in the best position. After enduring Su Zimo's strike head-on, the organs of the thousand-faced assassin were quaked. He did not dare to linger any longer, tunneling through the crowd and disappearing into a fork road with a single tap of his feet. The threat of the thousand-faced assassin was temporarily removed, but no one could guarantee that he would not return later on. Everyone, let's attack together and kill that punk first! The Illusion Fiend cult heir shouted with an ashen expression. The Zenith Sect heir nodded and waved his hand. Once again, the fight resumed as cultivators of Illusion Fiend cult, Zenith Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect gushed forth together. At the other side, Shangguanyu was losing his patience at Ji Yaoyan, who was pestering him endlessly. He looked at her and frowned. Demoness Ji, are you going to keep this up? Who is that punk to you? Why do you care? Ji Yaoyan smiled and looked at Shangguanyu playfully. Waving his hand, the four beauties behind Shangguanyu appeared in a flash. Don't hold back, kill her! He pointed at Demoness Ji with an ice-cold gaze. Hee. Ji Yaoyan was not fazed in the slightest as she smiled. Shangguanyu, we don't know who's going to kill whom first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four girls appeared around Ji Yaoyan and surrounded her. Using long swords, they moved in sync as though they had practiced a chain combo. Ji Yaoyan retracted her smile and danced with her chain, forming an impenetrable barrier around her. Circling around them waving his fan, Shangguanyu looked to be casual. However, he was actually waiting for an opportune moment, and was ready to strike and take Ji Yaoyan down. Clang! 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 On the other side, a huge battle had broken out. Against the combined attack of many fiend cultivators, Su Zimo wielded his cold moon saber fearlessly and had a torrential killing intent. Using his keen spirit perception and immense defensive techniques, he held his ground in the crowd. Poof! 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 Fiend cultivators fell to the ground constantly with blood gushing from their bodies. No one noticed that the bloodstains on the ground were all flowing towards the blood pool in the center, as though they were being attracted by something. Su Zimo's bloodline did not have much power of thunder left, and he could not release any more thunder arts. The enchanting sword techniques of the Illusion Fiend cult, the murderous saber techniques of the Zenith Sect, and the high-quality and special spear techniques of the Malevolent Earth Sect caused quite a bit of trouble for Su Zimo. Coupled with the fact that he was constantly besieged by the other fiend cultivators, Su Zimo could not guarantee that he would be able to get out unharmed as well. The best he could do was to avoid any fatal damage while killing his opponents amidst the chaos. He had to trade their lives while taking the least possible damage. Before long, Su Zimo's body was bloodied. Some of it was his own blood, but it was mostly the blood of the other fiend cultivators. The three fiend heirs and the many fiend cultivators got more nervous the longer they fought. The green-robed cultivator seemed as though he could not get exhausted. At the same time, the wounds on his body did not seem to cause him much trouble either. What they did not know was the horrifying vitality and regeneration speed of Tsuzima's body. Those minor wounds were nothing at all. Dong! Suddenly, a dull thud sounded from the place and the ground shook. Oh! Pengyu squinted his eyes and focused at the blood pool nearby. That dull sound came from the pool of blood. Furthermore, at the same time that sound rang, a huge bubble appeared on the surface of the blood pool, forming ripples. Many of the Fiend cultivators were a little dazed. Tsuzimo did not hesitate. He strode forward and waved his hand, punching the chest of a Fiend cultivator heavily. Snap! The sounds of bones cracking could be heard as the man's chest caved in with the organs within ruptured. Sent flying by that punch of Tsuzimo, the man landed far into the distance, and coincidentally into the pool of blood. Almost instantly, the person's flesh slid off his body into the blood pool and vanished, leaving only a spooky skeleton that floated for a brief moment on the pool's surface before sinking as well. Chapter 175 Killing a Fiend Heir. Chapter 175 Killing a Fiend Heir. Many of the Fiend cultivators saw what happened and their expressions changed slightly. However, their eyes burned with an intense gaze. Tsuzimo did not know what the inheritance of this place was. However, judging from their expressions, he could vaguely guess that the inheritance in that evil blood pool was about to be born. But no one dared to make any reckless moves after witnessing what happened to the cultivator that fell into the blood pool. Right then, Shangguan Yu's figure flashed. He took advantage of the moment when Ji Yaoyan was briefly distracted and sneaked in an attack. The side of the folding fan was extremely sharp and a flash of blood appeared as it brushed past Ji Yaoyan's arm. Ah! Ji Yaoyan could not help but exclaim as the pain turned her face pale. Oh! When he saw that, killing intent surged through Tsuzimo's eyes. With a swift leap, he jumped over the heads of the many Fiend cultivators and charged at Shangguan Yu and the others. Swoosh! The cold moon saber descended from the skies, slashing down with an unstoppable might. Shangguan Yu's expression changed. There was no way he would dare take that head-on as he retreated while yelling. Stop him! Everyone, let's work together to kill that man! His first sentence was directed at the 4 beautiful women he brought along. The second was a call for all other Fiend cultivators. Swash! 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 The 4 beautiful women had clearly trained together in a combined attack technique as 4 long swords stabbed from different angles, making it impossible for anyone to dodge or retaliate. Even though Ji Yaoyan was from a Fiend sect, she was Ji Yaoshua's younger sister after all. With that relationship, Tsuzimo had to ensure her safety. Now that he saw Ji Yaoyan injured, Tsuzimo could not care less. Facing the 4 incoming swords, he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he slashed up with the cold moon saber in his left hand and met an incoming sword with his right hand. He coiled his hand around the sword. Bam! The sword let out a tremble as the woman wielding it exclaimed. Her palm was torn, and she could no longer grip the sword, breaking the combo attack of the 4 of them momentarily. Tsuzimo's figure flickered and afterimages lingered. Appearing before the woman in the blink of an eye, he leaned it. With a bang, her body flew off like a kite that was snapped. By the time she landed, she was no longer breathing. At the same time, Tsuzimo flipped his hand and slashed with his saber, causing a cold light to swipe across the neck of another woman. A bloody line appeared. Shing! A blood mist spewed out. With just a casual brush and a single exchange of blow, 2 women from Cloud Rain's sect had died in Tsuzimo's hands. He came to Ji Yaoshua's side and asked, frowning, How are you? I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. She shook her head and indicated for her to watch out behind him. Tsuzimo spun around and glared at the incoming Fiend cultivators coldly. Wielding his saber, he howled and charged into them once more. Bang! Even though the person in front blocked Tsuzimo's saber, he was still sent flying. By the time he landed on the ground, his arms were mangled and his bones crushed. He had lost all his battle prowess. Tsuname's power of blood was way too strong. The realm of Tsunami blood was enough for him to crush all the Fiend cultivators present. Only the 4 Fiend heirs could hold out against him with their intricate moves. Dong! At the moment, the familiar dull sound rang from the blood pool again as a splash appeared on the surface. This time, the sound was even clearer and more powerful. It was as though a hammer had slammed heavily into everyone's hearts. Everyone present felt a tightness in their chest, and their blood was in a mess. They could not help but frown. Tsunami suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. This place was a little odd. It did not seem like it was just a simple inheritance ground as those of the Fiend sex had said. Tsunami did not think too much about it. He was the first to recover with his surging bloodline as he rushed into the crowd towards the malevolent Earth sect heir. When he saw that Tsunami was rushing at him, the malevolent Earth sect heir heaved a deep breath of air and bellowed. As he retreated, he shook the bone spear in his hands. The other 3 Fiend heirs snapped out of their stupor from the dull sound and helped the malevolent Earth sect heir immediately, forming an entrapment. Bang! Tsunami stomped his feet on the ground, causing sand and gravel to fly everywhere as the earth trembled. The malevolent Earth sect heir was caught off guard and broke into a stumble. That slowed his movements and revealed an opening. Tsunami's eyes lit up. He cast a divine steed fleeting and cut through the crowd instantly, swinging his cold moon saber upwards ruthlessly. This was a completely one-sided attack. Coupled with his terrifying burst speed, the malevolent Earth sect heir was still a step slower even as he tried his best to retreat. His chest was sliced open, causing blood to gush out, and his organs were faintly visible. Ah! The malevolent Earth sect heir shrieked shrilly. Pale as a sheet, he looked down at his chest in horror. While the 7 Fiend sects were fighting for the inheritance, if things were to go awry and any one party were to declare their surrender, the rest would not be so ruthless as to kill a Fiend heir. However, the malevolent Earth sect heir would have never imagined that he would come across such a malignant being in this place. Upon seeing this scene, the other 3 Fiend heirs felt a chill run down their spines. Tsunami swung left and right. Any Fiend sect cultivators that stood before him either died on the spot or were sent flying with blood spraying out of them. Arriving before the malevolent Earth sect heir, Tsunami grabbed his head with a cold expression and swung his cold moon saber horizontally. A large head was chopped off. Psst! The Fiend sect cultivators gasped. They did not know which immortal sect had sent such a ruthless person who could kill the malevolent Earth sect Fiend heir without batting a single eyelid. Shangguan Yu and the Illusion Fiend cult and Zenith sect heirs retreated. If the 4 of them were unable to kill this person, it was pointless now that there were only 3 of them left. They might even end up dying here. Lunatic Pang, are you just going to sit there and watch our Fiend heirs get killed idly? Shangguan Yu asked with an ashen expression. If you continue to sit by and do nothing, what would the other Fiend cultivators think of you when news of this spreads back to the Fiend sects? Ha ha! The Illusion Fiend cult heir burst out in laughter. They'll only think that Lunatic Pang is a superficial reputation of yours. You're nothing more than an empty shell who can only be arrogant within our Fiend sects. When you come across anyone from immortal sects, you're so scared that you don't even dare to say a word. Upon hearing this, Pang Yu finally moved. He stood up from his spot as the fighting spirit in his eyes burned into 2 flames. With just that single action, everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as though there was a shadow of an ancient demon coming from Pang Yu, possessing unparalleled might that could even envelop the heavens. You don't have to provoke me, Pang Yu said coldly. If I were to attack, that person would be killed with extreme ease. As Fiend heirs, each of them had tricks up their sleeves and were extremely intelligent. When Tsunami was fighting the other Fiend heirs, it was the perfect opportunity to sit by and reap the spoils later. There was no way Pang Yu would get involved. However, the inheritance object was about to be born. Now that the other Fiend heirs were fearful because of Tsunami, it was the perfect timing for him to stand forth. Chapter 176 Terrifying Lunatic. Chapter 176 terrifying lunatic. Boom! Peng Yu pulled out the black spear that was embedded in the ground, causing the earth to crack and mud splattered everywhere. Dragging his huge spear, Peng Yu strode in a domineering manner to Su Zimo and said, "I don't know which immortal sect you're from, but I guess your master must have spent a lot of effort to nurture you. But, what a pity! Even though your bloodline has reached the legendary Tsunami blood, your body tempering isn't at a greater mastery yet. You are too weak to be my match." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself about how powerful this person was. Before they even exchanged blows, Peng Yu had already seen through him. Peng Yu was not wrong. Even though Su Zimo's bloodline was terrifying and he was strong, marrow cleansing was only the fourth section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. In terms of body tempering, Su Zimo had yet to cultivate the organ's refinement and orifice-clearing sections. Sizzle! The spear tip slashed across the ground, producing strange sounds. Amidst the sound, Peng Yu's heavy footsteps could be heard. Thump! 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 He was neither slow nor fast, but it was forceful. Every single step he took seemed as if he was stepping on the beat of Su Zimo's heart, giving the latter a feeling of dread. As Peng Yu approached, his aura grew stronger and stronger. On the contrary, Su Zimo's aura was being crushed completely. In the eyes of the onlookers, Peng Yu seemed to have transformed into an ancient demon 100 feet tall, overlooking Su Zimo, who was tiny as an ant right now. Of course, that was just an illusion of the crowd that was caused by the auras of both parties and the circumstances alongside various reasons. Shang Guanyu was secretly shocked by Peng Yu's terror. After some thought, he gathered that even without the presence of the ancient spirit lock formation, he might not be a match for that lunatic either. However, Shang Guanyu heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, that green-robed cultivator was finally going to die. With Peng Yu around, the rest of them were in no danger of losing their lives. But if the green-robed cultivator was the one who survived, the only option left for them was to escape. A cruel glint flashed in the Zenith sect heir's eyes as he looked on coldly. When the illusion fiend cult heir saw what was happening, he was delighted and yelled, "Lunatic Peng, killing this person outright will be too easy on him. You'd better rip him into pieces. That'd be satisfying." Ji Yaoyan furrowed her brows as worry flashed across her eyes. She was the clearest about Peng Yu's methods and abilities. Through the history of Fiend sect heirs, his strength was ranked right at the top. Otherwise, he would not be called a lunatic. Seeing Peng Yu walk over, Su Zimo suddenly realized something. Even though what Peng Yu said was true, the fact that he chose to say it at this moment was a form of mental warfare. If Su Zimo felt that he was inferior to Peng Yu, his aura would definitely weaken and he would lose the initiative. After realizing this, Su Zimo had been searching for a way to break out of that situation. Ha! Peng Yu did not intend to give Su Zimo any chance to begin with. When he approached Su Zimo, he raised his pitch-black spear and smashed it down like a steel whip, causing the wind to howl in a breathtaking manner. Su Zimo did not even think about it, and sidestepped to dodge immediately. The power of that spear was too powerful. If he wanted to defend it head-on, he would only end up severely injured and might even die on the spot. "Can you avoid it?" Peng Yu's spear missed and smashed on the ground with a loud bang, causing the earth to crack. Amidst the billowing smoke, a thick black spear stabbed out. It was extremely stable, as if it could even pierce through the heavens. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He took a half sidestep and forcefully twisted his stance with the plow heaven stride, dodging the sharp tip of the spear while using his cold moon saber to strike at the weakest part of the spear. Su Zimo could not help but praise himself internally for that slash. Regardless of angle, timing, strength, or the combination with plow heaven stride, the move was perfect. In fact, Su Zimo thought of what to do with this move later on. After colliding with the spear, the cold moon saber slanted sideways and sliced down the body of the spear, forcing Peng Yu to let go. That way, Su Zimo would seize the initiative and gain the advantage with a weapon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed out. It was as Su Zimo had imagined, and the cold moon saber collided heavily against the body of the spear. However, his expression changed the next moment, as he realized something was amiss. Su Zimo felt an extremely domineering shock wave on the body of the spear. The moment the cold moon saber made contact with it, the shock was transmitted to him through the saber. It was a trap. It was the same way Su Zimo had dealt with the thousand-faced assassin earlier on. This was a deliberate opening set up by Peng Yu. Buzz! The spear quivered and the cold moon saber was sent flying. With his palm torn and fresh blood dripping, Su Zimo's trump card he had designed earlier was now useless. Ha ha! Peng Yu burst out into laughter. Exerting strength into his arms, he swept the spear horizontally right at Su Zimo's head. After the cold moon saber left his hands, Su Zimo was extremely swift and squatted. The pitch-black spear swept into air. However, it suddenly changed its momentum and stopped right above Su Zimo's head before slamming down. Pushing his feet, Su Zimo rolled to the side and barely avoided the fatal blow. He was covered with quite a bit of mud and looked rather pathetic. The both of them had only exchanged a couple of moves. However, Su Zimo had escaped death several times. If he was any bit slower, he would have died on the spot. The difference in strength between the both sides was obvious. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo had no chance against Peng Yu with his black spear now that even his weapon was gone. I've told you, you're very strong, but you're no match for me. Please resign to your fate. Peng Yu's voice sounded as though he was stating an unquestionable fact. Raising his brow, an idea flashed into Su Zimo's mind. He had finally realized the flaw in Peng Yu's earlier statement. My strength is indeed inferior to yours. However, strength is not the only factor in melee combat. Su Zimo composed himself and replied indifferently. In that instant, a strange change happened between their auras. Peng Yu's aura was still extremely strong. However, Su Zimo's aura suddenly became unpredictable. If one were to compare Peng Yu to a towering, mighty mountain, Su Zimo would be akin to a bottomless ocean. It was hard to tell who was stronger between the two. No one could tell if the mountain would overturn the ocean or if the ocean would sink the mountain. I'm really curious. Now that even your weapon is gone, what are you going to fight me with? Sensing the abnormality in Su Zimo, Peng Yu continued with his mental warfare. Not only are weapons useless in the hands of some people, they may even be a burden. Su Zimo let out a long sigh and actually took the initiative to walk towards Peng Yu calmly. Splash! Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Huff! A strange noise rang in Su Zimo's body. That was the tiger-leopard thunder sound. Su Zimo's aura was climbing steadily. If anyone were to close their eyes, they would definitely be met with a shocking scene in their minds. It was an ancient demon that stood tall and mighty. With bloodshot eyes, it strode through the torrential ocean, and its body shimmered with lightning. It was an unyielding sight. Chapter 177 Melee Combat Suppression. Chapter 177 Melee Combat Suppression. As Su Zimo approached with an intensifying aura, Peng Yu could wait no longer. The pitch-black spear in his hands danced as he strode forth and dived towards Su Zimo. A simple spear with incomparable strength shot out. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He sidestepped and dodged it. No matter what, he was still not Peng Yu's match in terms of raw power. Furthermore, Su Zimo had already lost his weapon. Now that he was barehanded, all the more he couldn't fight Peng Yu head-on. The pitch-black spear danced in Peng Yu's hands like a gigantic black dragon. Everywhere it passed, it burst with a suppressive force that could destroy everything. Su Zimo kept retreating, and the space he could dodge decreased by the second. He was completely restricted by Peng Yu. Everyone could tell that if this was to continue, Su Zimo would undoubtedly lose before long. But the strange thing was that none of them could see any bit of fear in Su Zimo's calm face. Dong! A dull sound rang from the blood pool once more. Everyone's expressions changed as their hearts skipped a beat. Right after, the blood pool started to swirl slowly as though it was being attracted by a force. Before long, a gigantic vortex appeared in the middle of the blood pool, growing deeper by the moment. All the Fiend sect cultivators were stunned. They had all realized that the inheritance was about to be born. In the Fiend sects, anyone who obtained the item in the blood pool would be completely reborn. If an ordinary Fiend sect cultivator obtained it, he could replace a Fiend heir entirely. If a Fiend heir obtained it, he could very well become the strongest Fiend heir of the 7 Fiend sects. Who wouldn't mind having a treasure like that? Even Peng Yu seemed to be slightly dazed as his hand moved slower. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear with a flash of lightning in his palms, a coil and a tremble. Oh! Peng Yu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized something was amiss, he channeled his blood towards his arms and steadied the pitch-black spear with all his might. That was an absolute suppression through strength. But then, Peng Yu's expression changed. The lightning in Su Zimo's palms extended rapidly on the pitch-black spear into Peng Yu's body. As though he was struck by lightning, Peng Yu's body shuddered and he nearly let go of the pitch-black spear as pain surged through his arm as though it was pricked by needles. Swoosh! Immediately, Peng Yu channeled his bloodline to purge away the wanton power of thunder that had entered his body. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath of air and wanted to retaliate. Su Zimo had already seized that opportunity to appear in front of Peng Yu. His knees were slightly bent in a seemingly kneeled position. With a smile, he pushed his hands towards Peng Yu's mouth, looking as if he was holding up an immortal fruit. For some reason, Peng Yu felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine when he saw that pose. Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, that was a powerful killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Peng Yu retreated. He wanted to retract his pitch-black spear and block it in front of Su Zimo. However, the latter followed him like a maggot, ensuring that the distance between them was never more than 1 arm. This was a particular distance. Even though the might of Peng Yu's pitch-black spear was frightening, it became a burden under such a distance. Grabbing his spear with 1 arm, Peng Yu tried to force down Su Zimo's palms with his other arm. A cold glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he changed strategy at the last moment. Gripping Peng Yu's wrist with both hands, he tore it towards both sides while releasing his power of blood. At the same time, Su Zimo stomped his knee forward like a galloping horse. This was another killing move, Divine Steed Dismemberment. Bang! Su Zimo's knee landed squarely on Peng Yu's chest, giving off a dull sound of defeat. Peng Yu's body shuddered as he staggered backwards. His face flushed red for a brief moment. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who was struck by the Divine Steed Dismemberment, their arms would have been ripped apart even if their chest wasn't crushed. But now, Peng Yu was merely forced back a couple of steps after receiving that killing move. Instead of losing his combat power, his feral instincts were triggered. How terrifyingly strong was this person's physique? What Su Zimo did not know was that at the moment, the mental shock for Peng Yu was greater. He had thought that Su Zimo's strength would not be a threat to him. However, that move earlier on gave his arms a tearing pain. The bones in his chest felt like they were cracking, his heart stopped for a moment, and even his organs were shaking. Killing intent surged fervently in Peng Yu's eyes as his fighting spirit rumbled. With a wrathful roar, he tossed away his pitch-black spear and lunged at Su Zimo with his bare hands. At that sight, Su Zimo praised internally. For Peng Yu, the only way of breaking away from that situation was to cast away the weapon in his hands. Not everybody would be able to react in the midst of such an intense battle and come to that realization. Even then, they may not have the guts to discard their weapons. However, since he had the advantage, Su Zimo would naturally not let Peng Yu make a comeback. While he did not know of any saber techniques, there were way too many melee killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Peng Yu clenched his fists, charging at Su Zimo's head from the side like 2 mountains. Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid it. Stepping forth, he unleashed the stance of the plow heaven stride and retracted both arms to his sides. With a sudden slant, he thrust and pushed forward. Boviant's moon-gazing. This move not only allowed him to dodge Peng Yu's killing move, it even allowed him to retaliate. Good move! The corners of Peng Yu's eyes twitched as he changed strategy at the last moment. He pulled his arms in front of him to defend against Su Zimo's punch while sweeping with his legs horizontally. Su Zimo followed suit and changed strategy as well. Suddenly, he bent down and was almost sprawled on the ground. Using all his limbs, he slithered in front of Peng Yu like a gigantic python. After Anaconda Swath came the big killing move. Anaconda Strangle. Su Zimo's body elongated as though he was weak and boneless. He coiled around Peng Yu's legs and channeled his blood, bursting off with an exuberant power of blood. Whoosh! Su Zimo's muscles expanded rapidly, and he grew in size, bent on crushing Peng Yu into meat pulp. Ah! Peng Yu realized the danger as well. Roaring, he churned his blood to fight head-on. Both sides exerted power. After a slight pause, Su Zimo realized that he would not be able to do anything to Peng Yu if this carried on. This person's physique was way too strong. With a swift motion, he slid down from Peng Yu's body. Peng Yu was not in the best state either, panting slightly with a blushed face. Right then, his vision blurred. Su Zimo was actually rushing at him again. Boom! A deafening explosion of air could be heard. Peng Yu raised his head to see Su Zimo's fist pummeling down from the skies, looking like a supreme seal that could suppress the ancient times. Its aura was magnificent and terrifying. Taking a deep breath of air, Peng Yu raised his arms and defended against it. Bang! The fist and arm collided, giving off a sound that could chatter one's teeth. Peng Yu's feet sank into the ground, making him seem shorter than Su Zimo. The melee combat fight was way too intense and dangerous. With rapid changes in their moves, both of them fought with lightning speed such that everyone felt their hearts palpitating just by watching. Suppression. Lunatic Pang, who was deemed as the #1 Fiend heir in melee combat, was actually being suppressed by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Chapter 178 Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. Chapter 178 Skeleton in the Stone Coffin. After the sanguinate fist seal, Su Zimo did not pause at all and thrust forward coiled like a ball with his legs slightly bent. Arriving in front of Peng Yu, Su Zimo's body suddenly bounced off and he struck up with both arms, hitting Peng Yu heavily on the chin. Bang! Peng Yu's head was reared as blood gushed into his eyes. With loosened teeth, he staggered backwards. Back in the Tsunglang mountain range, Su Zimo crushed a cultivator's jaws and neck with this sanguinate fruit offering. But now, Peng Yu merely lost a couple of teeth. Su Zimo leaned in and smashed against Peng Yu's strength with his entire body's might. The latter grunted and his muscular body was sent flying. This did not cause Su Zimo to stop. With a flash of his body, he grabbed Peng Yu by the ankles and exerted strength in his arms. Exhaling deeply, Su Zimo lifted Peng Yu's entire body and smashed it heavily into the ground. Boom! A huge human-sized crater formed on the ground as dust spread everywhere. Many of the Fiend sect cultivators were dumbfounded as their mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was an outcome none of them had expected. Everyone could tell that Peng Yu's strength was far superior compared to Su Zimo. However, a single mistake caused him to lose the initiative and Su Zimo continued the combo till this eventual defeat. Even though it was a short exchange of blows, both parties displayed extremely powerful melee combat techniques. Dong! Yet another dull sound rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Gradually, their pupils constricted as their expressions froze. In the blood pool not far away, an ancient coffin laid quietly at the bottom and was faintly discernible from the vortex. Placed in the middle, it looked as though it was one with the pool. There were many mysterious and esoteric runic patterns etched on the surface of the stone coffin. However, due to the constant flow of blood, most of it was indiscernible, and it had a dim glow. There were also huge chains wrapped around the surface of the stone coffin. They were all covered in rust and seemed as though they had been there for a long time. The dull sounds from before came from this stone coffin. All of a sudden, another sound came from the blood pool. Crack! 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 The chains on the stone coffin began to crack and shattered under the watchful eyes of everyone. With a loud boom, the lid of the coffin was lifted by a tremendous force. The dull sound in the stone coffin became even clearer. Dong! 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 It was as though someone was striking the drums of the heavens in a deep and powerful manner. Everyone focused and gasped. A figure was lying in the stone coffin. To be precise, it was a skeleton. However, there was a grisly red heart in the chest of the skeleton, and it was beating with great vigor. Dong! 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 The dull sounds were actually the beating of the heart. Many of the Fiend sect cultivators were so terrified that they even forgot to breathe. Tsunami realized this was unexpected. At the very least, the skeleton before him was definitely not within the calculations of the many Fiend sect cultivators present. He did not have time to bother about Peng Yu, who was lying in the huge pit. In a flash, he appeared beside Demoness G and whispered, "Hurry up and leave. Something is not right." Demoness G's face was pale as a sheet at the moment. A look of fear flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "It's probably too late." Tsunami sensed something and followed Demoness G's gaze towards the blood pool once more. In just that short while, the blood in the pool was drained by more than half after gushing into the stone coffin. As for the skeleton in the stone coffin, its body already had a layer of flesh and blood. Although it was thin and translucent, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunami narrowed his gaze as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Reincarnation? Or was the skeleton not dead to begin with? Who was he? At this moment, Tsunami suddenly realized that he could not move his feet, as if he was being restrained by an invisible force. Sweeping his gaze, he realized that it was the same for the many Fiend sect cultivators present. They were all rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the skeleton in the stone coffin sat up. The black holes where its eyes were shone with a sinister red gleam as it opened its mouth and produced a series of tones. "Since you are here, don't leave anymore." Because it had no tongue, the skeleton's pronunciation was unclear. However, everyone could vaguely make out what it was saying. Without any warning, the group of cultivators closest to the blood pool flew through the air towards the stone coffin and the blood pool simultaneously, as though they were pulled by something. Their eyes were filled with fright. Those people struggled furiously in midair, wanting to get away from the stone coffin, but to no avail. Some of them had despair in their eyes as they roared and raised their weapons, stabbing at the skeleton in the stone coffin. The long swords that stabbed the skeleton broke on the spot. Many Fiend sect cultivators were brought to the vicinity of the skeleton. It opened its mouth and sucked, causing the flesh and blood of a cultivator opposite to gush into its mouth like liquid. In the blink of an eye, a group of Fiend sect cultivators perished without a single survivor. The empty, white skeletons that remained fell from midair and scattered beside the stone coffin. After absorbing the fresh blood, the flesh on the skeleton became more abundant. Although it was far from the level of a normal person, its face could already be vaguely made out. Standing up from the stone coffin, the skeleton walked out and surveyed the surroundings with a pair of bloody red holes. It seemed to be able to see everything around it. The skeleton took another breath and the flesh on its face squirmed, as if it was in enjoyment. Such fresh blood! Click, click, clack! At some point in time, Peng Yu had crawled up from the ground. Coughing blood, it was obvious that Tsunami had slammed him hard. Peng Yu cursed. "Fuck! I thought that this was an inheritance ground. Turns out there's an old demon buried here." Swoosh! The skeleton waved. Another group of cultivators flew towards it. Even though the bodies were theirs, they could not control it at all. It was an unstoppable power. Before long, that group of cultivators perished once again, leaving behind a pile of bones as their flesh were all absorbed by the skeleton. Dong dong! Dong dong dong! The beating of the skeleton's heart grew louder and stronger. What should we do? Demoness G's petite body trembled as she asked softly. She naturally knew that given the situation before them, only fate could decide their lives. Both she and Su Zimo were powerless to resist. However, she merely wanted to talk to someone out of the fear in her heart. Su Zimo was expressionless as he glared at the skeleton coldly. They stood no chance at all. The skeleton was indeed extremely strong. So strong that it was hard to imagine. However, it had clearly been trapped in the stone coffin for a long time and had just escaped. Although it was recovering its strength, now was also its weakest moment. As long as he could find its weakness, they might be able to obtain a sliver of life. At this moment, the skeleton waved again. About 10 cultivators flew towards the skeleton. Su Zimo and Demoness G were among the group. Chapter 179 Thunderclap Kill. Chapter 179 Thunderclap Kill. Su Zimo and Demoness G flew towards the skeleton, drawn by some invisible force. In the short process, Su Zimo could feel his bloodline stir as though it was about to be extracted. The other Fiend sect cultivators did not give up. Some struggled and begged, some screamed hysterically while others raised their weapons and slashed wildly at the skeleton. However, the skeleton was intact and there were no wounds at all. As long as it opened its mouth and sucked, the flesh of the cultivator on the other end would turn into a pool of blood and flow into its mouth. That nourished the flesh on the skeleton, and the beating of its heart grew stronger. Before long, it was Su Zimo and Demoness G's turn. The skeleton turned around and faced the both of them. The hole in its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red glow, and it was filled with excitement. Demoness G's face was ashen, and her eyes were filled with despair. Psst! 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 Right then, Su Zimo suddenly took a deep breath, causing a huge current of air to gush into his lungs fanatically. It was akin to an anaconda devouring the sun and moon, trying to turn into a dragon and soar through the heavens. The air flow was extremely fast and violent. When it cut his throat, traces of blood even seeped out with a salty smell. Su Zimo's chest bulged in a shocking manner, as if he had swallowed a huge balloon. Kill! Su Zimo was one step ahead. Opening his mouth suddenly, he roared and released the air flow as blood boiled in his body. Boom! The roar erupted in the air like thunder. Fiend sect cultivators who were slightly further away from Su Zimo frowned, feeling a sharp pain in their ears as they spaced out briefly. Thunderclap Kill. It was an extremely strong thunder art in the Void Thunder Manual. Converting sound into energy in an instant, it could produce a powerful impact. However, it was impossible to learn this thunder art since someone had torn away the back half of the Void Thunder Manual. Yet Su Zimo had gained some inspiration through his past experiences and had his own insights. Coupled with Anaconda Eclipse of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he created a sound spirit technique that possessed quite a formidable power as well. That was the Thunderclap Kill that Su Zimo had just executed. Of course, this was not a complete thunder art. It was merely something that Su Zimo had deduced. Each time it was released, Su Zimo's lungs would suffer immense pressure, and possibly even injuries. Unless it was a last resort, Su Zimo would not use Thunderclap Kill easily. If Su Zimo had managed to gain greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section and used organs refinement to strengthen his lungs, he would naturally be able to withstand the outburst of Thunderclap Kill. Now that Su Zimo had used this technique, it was naturally because he was prepared to risk his life. The power of thunder was the strongest of the yang elements, and could purge evil. It was the same for Thunderclap Kill. When the skeleton heard that roar, its body trembled and the flesh that coagulated actually showed signs of falling off. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a vicious glint. He thrust his right hand using his palm as a knife and stabbed it into the skeleton's chest. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. Just as Su Zimo's hand stabbed into the skeleton's chest, it was stuck. Immediately after, the flesh on Su Zimo's palm began to fall off, gushing into the skeleton's body as liquid blood. Click-clack! The skeleton opened its mouth, seemingly mocking Tsunami for overestimating his abilities. In the blink of an eye, the flesh on Tsunami's palm had dissipated, revealing a blood-bone palm. Suddenly, the skeleton trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the blood-bone palm, spreading across its chest in a shuddering manner. A thin layer of fire that emitted a searing and horrifying heat burned on the surface of the blood-bone palm, as if it could incinerate all living beings. It melted the flesh on the skeleton's chest instantly. Tsunami clenched his teeth and thrust. Instantly, the blood-bone palm extended into the skeleton's chest, spreading its fingers and gripping its beating heart. At that moment, Tsunami and the skeleton trembled at the same time and stopped moving instantaneously. The entire world seemed to have frozen over. Tsunami squeezed his palm and the heart exploded. Clack, clack! Opening its mouth, the skeleton let out a strange howl from the depths of its throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force exploded in front of the skeleton's chest, repelling Tsunami instantly. Scarlet light emanated the place filled with the stench of blood. Large patches of blood mist splattered on Tsunami's and seeped into his pores. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his body swelled in a terrifying manner, as though he was a fiend celestial who had just emerged from hell. Ah! An extremely powerful bloodline surged into his body. Feeling as though his body was about to explode, Tsunami could not help but roar into the skies. The moment he opened his mouth, rich and pure sanguine light spewed out, emitting a powerful and domineering fluctuation of his bloodline. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the remaining Fiend sect cultivators burned. No one knew what exactly happened to the skeleton or how Tsunami had managed to pierce its chest and deal serious damage. However, everyone could tell that more than half of the skeleton's blood essence had surged into Tsunami's body. It was a huge opportunity. With such pure bloodline essence, anyone present would be able to reach the Tsunami blood realm. As for Tsunami, who had already achieved Tsunami blood, what level would he reach with this opportunity? What sort of changes would happen to his bloodline? Immediately following that, the expressions of the Fiend sect cultivators changed again. Something was not right. At the moment, Tsunami's body was filled with a thick bloodline such that it was about to explode. Streaks of blood appeared on his skin in a horrifying manner. A look of pity flashed in Peng Yu's eyes. This was indeed a huge opportunity. It was so huge that no one's body could withstand it. From his point of view, Tsunami's fate was decided. He would explode due to the rich bloodline, leaving no corpse in his wake. Ah! The skeleton let out a low growl and the holes in its eyes emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth and spat out a string of words. I'll have you guys die with me. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently as cracks began to appear, spreading out in all directions rapidly. The walls around them collapsed as countless boulders fell and covered the skies. The Fiend sect cultivators were terrified as they fled in all directions. Due to their spirit energies being locked, they would definitely die if they were buried by the boulders. None of them would have the strength to withstand the impact. Demoness G wanted to escape, but when she caught sight of Tsunami's miserable appearance, she hesitated slightly. No matter what, she was the one who brought him here. He was an innocent victim to this calamity. Furthermore, Tsunami had indeed kept to his promise and ensured her safety for the entire journey. In that instant, if Tsunami had not counterattacked, she might have ended up as food for the skeleton just like the other Fiend sect cultivators. With that moment of hesitation, Demoness G lost her final chance to escape. Chapter 180 Escaping Alive. Chapter 180 Escaping Alive. Bang! 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 As though the end of the world had arrived, the sky collapsed. The surrounding boulders crashed down and blocked all passageways. At the moment, Tsunami's body swelled and trembled. He panted heavily as the powerful bloodline essence crashed wantonly within his body. Tsunami's body was on the verge of falling apart. The unbearable pain was causing his consciousness to go fuzzy. Opposite him, the skeleton looked terrible as well. A huge bloody hole appeared in its chest. The original place of his heart was now empty, leaving only some pieces of flesh. There was originally a layer of flesh on the skeleton. It was close to recovering to human form. Now that the heart was ruptured, the flesh was disintegrating as well. Before long, it fell off the skeleton and slid to the ground. Soon, it turned back to a white skeleton with an aura that was even weaker than before. The skeleton gazed at Su Zimo's blood-bone palm. The bloody light in the hole in its eyes flickered before dimming gradually. The last trace of its life was also dissipating slowly. "You die too!" The skeleton looked at Su Zimo and suddenly opened its mouth. Right after, it raised its hand and stabbed at Su Zimo's chest with fingers as sharp as daggers. If the attack struck, there was no need to wait to be buried by countless boulders. A Foundation establishment cultivator's heart would definitely be pierced to certain death. Upon seeing that, Demoness G's expression changed, but she did not stop him. No matter what, they were not getting out of this place. There was no difference between dying a moment earlier or later. Even though Su Zimo's consciousness was fuzzy, his spirit perception was still there. He felt a strong sense of danger. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Su Zimo did not have time to react. It was purely out of instinct. Poof! The palm of the skeleton pierced through Su Zimo's chest like a sharp knife, emerging from his back filled with blood. That palm was aimed at crushing Su Zimo's heart. However, due to that dodge, it pierced through the middle of Su Zimo's chest, brushing by his heart. That burst attack seemed to have exhausted the skeleton's last strength. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Su Zimo punched out casually and sent the skeleton flying, causing it to fall into the rubble. The skeleton remained motionless, as if it was already dead. The hole in its face was pitch black. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dust and gravel covered the skeleton. Shing! A gush of blood shot out from Su Zimo's chest and splattered all over the ground. It emitted a crystalline luster, and the bloodline was rich and shimmering. Su Zimo's figure shrank by quite a bit. Although he had not recovered to his original state, the bloodstains on his body were gradually fading and he was recovering slowly. Oh! That change caught Demoness G's attention. In truth, Su Zimo was at his most arduous period earlier on. The bloodline was too strong and his body could not withstand it. It was equivalent to a powerful force that surged rampantly in his body and could not be vented. The reason why Su Zimo's body swelled was because the pressure within was too great. That was also why his skin cracked with streaks of blood appearing. If he could not digest the power of that rich bloodline, a single fate awaited Su Zimo: death through explosion. However, the skeleton's final attack had inadvertently saved Su Zimo's life. Its intention was naturally to kill Su Zimo. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo managed to dodge the fatal strike to his heart using his spirit perception. Even though the injury was serious and the wound on his chest was horrifying with blood gushing out, it was an outlet for the power of the bloodline within to gush out. Because of that, it helped him avert the crisis. Of course, Su Zimo still retained most of the bloodline's essence within his body. However, that bloodline essence was no longer a threat to his life. It was a blessing in disguise. There were too many things that happened that night. If there was any slight deviation in the series of events, not only would Su Zimo fail to obtain the opportunity before him, he would even be met with a huge calamity. It was the same for the current situation. Su Zimo and Demoness G were not out of danger yet. Bang! Boom! Boom! The surrounding mountains collapsed and a huge shadow crushed. They would be buried before long. The passageways out were already blocked. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was severely injured in the chest and was dazed and weak, even if he was in his best state, he might not have been able to escape. "I'm sorry." A rare trace of worry and kindness could be seen in Demoness G's eyes as she pretended to be relaxed and smiled at Su Zimo. Crack! 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 The ground beneath shook as cracks appeared and extended. Su Zimo's legs gave way and he almost fell into one of the cracks. Shrugging his head, he tried his best to stay awake. He looked down at the pitch black and bottomless crack, not knowing what was beneath. If he was not careful and fell in, he would probably be crushed into meat pulp. All of a sudden, Tsunomi's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear the sound of running water from the depths of the crack. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Tsunomi's hearing and vision was far superior to normal people. He was almost at the point where he could listen to the world. Swish! The mountain peak above their heads fell alongside countless boulders, bringing with it dust that blocked their vision in a terrifying manner. Demoness G had a look of despair as she closed her eyes and sighed gently. Right then, she felt someone yank her wrist. Caught off guard, her knees buckled and she was led over. Subconsciously, she opened her eyes and looked. Tsunomi's face was frighteningly pale. Clutching the wound on his chest with one hand, he used his other hand to grab her as they stumbled to the stone coffin not far away. Quickly, go in! Arriving at the stone coffin, Tsunomi led Demoness G in front of him and with a shout, pushed her. She was stunned for a moment and fell into the stone coffin without resistance. Tsunomi leaped in right after, grabbing the lid of the coffin from the side and yanking it. With a slam, the lid closed above them tightly. The last bit of light disappeared. It was pitch black inside the stone coffin. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time as the lid was shut, the sound of countless boulders smashing onto the coffin rang. It was heavy and deafening. There was not much room in the stone coffin because it was designed for a single person. Now that the both of them were inside, together with the fact that Tsunomi's body was slightly swollen after absorbing the bloodline essence, it seemed extremely squeezy. A strange feeling arose in Demoness G's heart, but she did not say anything. If it was anyone else or even Tsunomi before they arrived at this place, she might have killed him on the spot. But now, Demoness G did not move an inch. She blinked her eyes in deep thought. If Tsunomi was even slower for a moment earlier, they would have been crushed to death by the boulders outside. Despite that, Tsunomi chose to let her enter first and bear the danger himself. At that thought, a gentle glint flashed across Demoness G's eyes as she pursed her red lips. Chapter 181 River Undercurrent. Chapter 181 River Undercurrent. The ground trembled and the stone coffin shook violently along. Slowly it tilted and slid down a pitch-black crack, falling over. Moments later, the stone coffin fell into water with a loud splash and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dust flew everywhere as boulders rolled down. The sky was collapsing. After a long time, the tremors finally calmed down. The original place was reduced to ruins without any sign of life. In the middle of the ruins, there was a huge hole. It was pitch black and no one knew where it led to. A gentle breeze gusted in the dark night, blowing away the dust of the ruins. Not far away, 4 figures stood. To be precise, there were 5. One of the figures was extremely blurry and indistinguishable in the night. It was the thousand-faced assassin. The 5 Fiend heirs looked at the ruins not far away, their gazes flickering with a lingering fear. Feeling cold from the wind's breeze, the 5 of them suddenly realized that their clothes were drenched in sweat. There were hundreds of Fiend sect cultivators with Fiend heirs, all of them gathered for the inheritance of this place. This could be considered as a rare clash between the juniors of the Fiend sections. However, none of them expected the stark changes of this expedition. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not obtain the inheritance, it nearly even turned into a massacre. Of the hundreds of Fiend sect cultivators present, only the 5 of them survived. The malevolent Earth sect heir was slain by an unknown green-robed cultivator. Demoness G could not escape in time and was definitely buried in the ruins. If not for the drastic change in terrain later on that dispelled the ancient spirit lock formation, even the 5 of them may not have been able to make it out. With complex expressions, none of them spoke. This ruin was caused by that terrifying skeleton. However, for some reason, the person who left the deepest impression on everyone that night was the unknown green-robed cultivator. To be fair, if he had not ruptured the heart of that skeleton at the final moment, their fates might have been the same, and they would have their essence blood absorbed by the skeleton. Who was that person? After a long time, Peng Yu suddenly asked. Shangguan Yu shook his head. He should be someone from the immortal sections. There's only those few immortal sects that are strong in melee combat. Since his bloodline contained the power of thunder, I gather that he might be a legacy disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace. What a pity! Peng Yu smacked his lips as a look of pity flashed across high eyes. He was not discouraged over his previous defeat to Su Zimo. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer. His strength was far greater than Su Zimo. The fact that Su Zimo's consecutive killing moves were unable to truly injure Peng Yu's tendons, bones and essence chi was evident of how powerful and terrifying the latter's physique was. The reason why Peng Yu lost was because he had underestimated the enemy, giving Su Zimo the chance to take the initiative and suppress him to the very end without a chance to come back. Peng Yu believed that he would definitely not lose if they fought again. Now that Su Zimo had fallen, Peng Yu had lost the chance to defeat him. He could not help but feel regretful and sighed. In fact, Peng Yu was not the only one. The other 4 Fiend heirs were similarly frustrated. At the end of the day, there was an ancient spirit lock formation in this place, and everyone's spirit energies were restricted such that they could not unleash their true strength. To them, the malevolent Earth sect heir had met with an unjust death. It's a pity that man is dead. Otherwise, we'll definitely come across him on the ancient battlefield in the future. At that time, I'll definitely let him witness the power of Cloud Rain sect. Shangguan Yu harumphed softly. What's the point of saying all this? The illusion fiend cult heir flicked his sleeve and left, replying coldly. Time to go. See you on the ancient battlefield. The 1,000-faced assassin flickered and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all 5 Fiend heirs left one after another and peace returned to the ruins. Not long later, a voluptuous and curvaceous figure descended upon the ruins. She had exquisite looks and exuded a mature aura, as if she could stir the deepest carnal instincts in one's heart. It was the chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House, Gu Shi. What happened exactly? Gu Shi murmured with a solemn expression. Swoosh! Gu Shi stood in midair above the ruins and a terrifying force surged out from her glabella. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she searched the ruins carefully, unwilling to miss any traces. Nothing? Gu Shi frowned and gazed at that bottomless pit beneath her. After hesitating slightly, she descended eventually. Before long, Gu Shi arrived above a river. She searched her surroundings once more but to no avail, looking at a river nearby. Using her spirit consciousness, Gu Shi seeped into the river and searched through the depths of it. After a while, her expression changed and she retracted her spirit consciousness. She caught sight of a dark shadow flowing into the distance at the bottom of this river. If she was not wrong, that should be the undercurrent of the river. The undercurrent was extremely strong and turbulent. Any object that fell into it would be swept away. The final position would naturally be at where the undercurrent ended. Yenner, just where are you? The figure disappeared, leaving behind a soft sigh. Not long after Gu Shi left, deep in the rubble beside the river, a pair of pitch-black holes in the eyes of a skeleton emitted a scarlet, sinister glow. Even though Su Zimo and Demoness Ji were hidden in the stone coffin, both of them still suffered a huge blow the moment it fell into the river. Ugh! Ah! Su Zimo grunted softly and Demoness Ji howled in pain. The two sounds that emitted together from the stone coffin came across as strange. Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his chest. That sudden impact rattled his tendons and bones, causing him to gasp as it felt like his bones were falling apart. Demoness Ji's arm was previously injured by Shangguan Yu. It was a minor injury and was no longer bleeding after it was bandaged. However, that impact tore the wound once more as Demoness Ji frowned and yelped. Although there was a thick stone coffin between them, Demoness Ji could still feel the flow of the river outside. She heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had managed to escape the place. Once the stone coffin sank to the bottom of the water, they would be able to break out from inside. All of a sudden, the stone coffin did not continue to sink. As though it was pulled by an external force, it continued to roll forward. It was a sudden change of momentum, and the two people who were caught off guard inside collided against one another. Both of their hearts went aflutter as they retreated subconsciously. However, there was not much excess space within the cramped stone coffin. After that, the atmosphere within the stone coffin turned odd immediately. The temperature seemed to be rising in a frustratingly hot manner. In the darkness, both of them panted slightly and faced each other. Their eyes met, but they did not speak. Tsunami turned his head and slanted his body slightly. His body was still slightly swollen because the bloodline essence within it was not absorbed yet. It did not matter if he moved, but once again, he accidentally made contact with Demoness G. Tsunami quickly stopped what he was doing and laid rooted to the spot. Chapter 182 Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 182 Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Instead of sinking to the bottom, the stone coffin was brought away by an external force. There was only a single possibility: they had met with a river undercurrent. Neither of them had an option in the river undercurrent. Even if they were to leave the stone coffin now, they would not be able to get out of the river undercurrent. Furthermore, both of them were injured. Right now, they could only leave it up to fate and leave the stone coffin after it left the river undercurrent. Upon realizing that there was no danger, Demoness G was slightly relieved. She glanced sideways at Tsunami, who was lying beside her, and rolled her eyes, curling her lips with a hint of playfulness. "Hey, you did it on purpose, right?" Demoness G suddenly asked. Tsunami closed his eyes and did not reply, feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, the two of them had just bumped into one another, and there was no avoiding physical contact. "I didn't expect that you're no different from others despite looking refined and decent. You're also as perverted. To think that you would call yourself a righteous person of the orthodox path, aren't you ashamed?" The both of them were extremely close to each other, and Demoness G's body emitted a seductive fragrance of flower as she exhaled. Tsunami listened to Demoness G's reproachful tone. Feeling the warmth by his ear, he could not help but feel restless and unable to control himself. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat as he bit his tongue to try and maintain clarity. After what happened to Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the rest, Tsunami had vaguely guessed what pure maiden sex specialized in. No wonder those of the fiend sex call her a demoness. Tsunami praised internally. Even though he was prepared, he was nearly bewitched by her as well. Every single frown, smile, action, and emotion of Demoness G would cause one to be attracted to her unconsciously. If they were not careful, they would sink into her charms, unable to extricate themselves. Noticing that Tsunami kept his eyes closed and refused to answer, Demoness G could not help but grin and asked gently, "Hey, let me ask you. Why didn't you get in first earlier? Why did you let me in first?" Tsunami suddenly opened his eyes and replied coldly, "I'm afraid you might be crushed to death because you're too stupid." "Ugh!" Demoness G nearly choked on Tsunami's reply as she grit her teeth subconsciously. However, on second thought, the situation was truly way too treacherous back then. If she were to stay behind, she would definitely not be as decisive as Tsunami. It was highly likely that she would be crushed to death by the boulders as Tsunami had mentioned. Even so, she was still a little angry. She felt penned up for some reason. Demoness G bit her red lips and pinched Tsunami suddenly, saying coquettishly, "Go over there! Stay away from me!" Even without her saying that, Tsunami wanted to keep his distance from her, as far away as possible. However, the stone coffin was extremely cramped and did not have much excess space. Right now, the best solution was to refine away the bloodline in his body and return it to normal. That way, there would be more space. If nothing unexpected happened, Tsunami should be able to attain greater mastery of his marrow cleansing section after refining the bloodline essence. Taking a deep breath of air, he channeled the mental cultivation technique of the tiger-leopard thunder sound and started his breathing and expiration in the stone coffin. Huff, bang! Boom! Boom! Strange sounds suddenly emitted from Su Zimo's body. It got louder and clearer, like a tiger, leopard, and thunder. Su Zimo's bloodline began to churn along with the rise and fall of the sounds. The boundless bloodline essence was being refined and infused into Su Zimo's own bloodline. Demonisji watched silently at the side without saying anything. She could naturally guess that Su Zimo was channeling an extremely strong blood-swapping technique. The reason why this refined man possessed such terrifying power should be because of that technique as well. She listened intently at the side, blinking and planning on learning that secret skill herself. However, that was a naive thought. Su Zimo's blood-swapping technique was a combination of two top-notch marrow-cleansing techniques. It was the one and only Tiger-Leopard Thunder sound in Tianhuang mainland. Putting aside the Tiger-Leopard Thunder sound, how much time did Su Zimo spend to comprehend the sound of tigers and leopards? Demonisji did not even have a mental mantra. It was truly wishful thinking for her to want to comprehend Su Zimo's secret skill just by listening to it. After a day and night, Demonisji finally gave up after multiple fruitless attempts. She pouted and sulked. The Tiger-Leopard Thunder sound was indeed extremely powerful. After just a day and night, Su Zimo's body had shrunk considerably, and it wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. The most surprising thing for Demonisji was that the wound on Su Zimo's chest had already healed and was beginning to form a scab. What strong regeneration capabilities! She was secretly astonished. That wound pierced through Su Zimo's body entirely. Even for body-tempered cultivators, they might not recover fully without half a month at least. However, Su Zimo had only spent a single day and night to recover all wounds on his body. At that moment, the wound on Demonisji's arm had only just healed and stopped bleeding. It would take a few more days for scabs to form. What sort of a monster is this? Demonisji stared at Su Zimo's side profile, lost in thought. After the blood swapping, Su Zimo's complexion became even fairer and brighter. It was soft and tender like a newborn baby, crystalline like jade. No wonder sister can't forget him. I'm impressed, this lad does have some capabilities. Pausing for a moment, Demonisji thought again. Those aren't small capabilities either for him to be able to teach Lunatic Pang a lesson. After enduring for so long, Demonisji was tired as well. As she watched Su Zimo who was cultivating, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into sleep. After a long time, she jolted awake from her dreams. Bouncing upright, she slammed against the lid of the coffin with a loud thud. Ouch! Demonisji rubbed her head and cried out in pain. With that, she was completely awake and remembered where she was. Instinctively, she looked to the side. Su Zimo's body had returned to normal, and he was staring at the lid of the coffin with a reared head. Demonisji quickly checked her body and only heaved a sigh of relief after ensuring that it was fine. As the pure maiden of the Fiend sex, this was an amateur mistake that she should not have committed. She fell asleep beside a man. If it was the Fiend heir of Cloud Rain sect, Shangguan Yu, beside her, the consequences would be dire. That was close. Demonisji stuck out her tongue lightly and subconsciously glanced at Su Zimo. This time, she discovered Su Zimo's abnormality. She had initially thought that his eyes were opened in a daze. Now that she was taking a closer look, he seemed to have noticed something and was studying it carefully in a trance-like manner. Demonisji followed his gaze and looked towards the lid of the stone coffin. Oh! Her eyes widened as she discovered something strange as well. There were words on the lid of the coffin. The handwriting was a little messy as if it was carved with something sharp. Previously, the atmosphere between them was ambiguously flirtatious in the stone coffin. Coupled with the fact that it was completely dark, neither of them bothered to notice the lid of the coffin. Now that they focused, they could vaguely make out the words on the coffin lid. There were 4 words on the first row. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Chapter 183 Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Chapter 183 Buddha Bead, Hand Seal. Upon seeing those words, Demonisji's heart palpitated as she continued reading hurriedly. Gradually, Her eyes widened and she was engrossed as well. Even though it was pitch black in the stone coffin, Tsunami had extremely strong eyesight after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Everywhere his gaze was, it would be clear like daylight. This was a cultivation technique for one's bloodline, and it detailed many strange spirit arts. Profound secrets of the bloodline were depicted, and there were many novel techniques in stimulating and making use of the bloodline's power. This was something completely unheard of. The spirit art used by the skeleton to devour many of the Fiend sect cultivators previously was the blood-devouring technique, one of the many detailed in this blood refinement Fiend Sutra. Even though many of the spirit arts in this Fiend Sutra were vile and evil, some of them caught Tsunami's interest. He secretly memorized and pondered over them. Even though this trip with Demoness G was filled with many surprises, it was a blessing in disguise. Now, Tsunami had attained greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section. His bloodline flowed quietly in his body, giving birth to immense power and shimmering with a crystalline luster such that his blood vessels were almost transparent. From now on, Tsunami could start to cultivate the organ's refinement section. Only it was much more difficult to cultivate than the marrow cleansing section. The marrow cleansing section gave mention of the sound of tigers and leopards. However, the organ's refinement section merely contained obscure and complicated scriptures without any mention of demon beasts and whatnot. Tsunami had no clue at all how he should go about refining the organ's refinement section. After a long time, the stone coffin began to shake violently. It was thrown out by an external force before calming down and sinking gradually. Tsunami's heart stirred. He realized that the stone coffin had already left the river Undercurrent. At the side, Demoness G was already at the limits of her endurance. Wearing her veil again, she channeled her spirit energy and pushed with her palm heavily against the coffin lid. With a bam, the lid was blown away as river water surged into the stone coffin. In the blink of an eye, Tsunami was drenched. Demoness G was already prepared as a nearly transparent barrier was conjured around her body, repelling water. Turning to look at Tsunami's sorry state, she could not help but laugh. In the river, Tsunami floated. He looked a little dazed, as if he had yet to regain his senses. In truth, it wasn't because Tsunami's reaction was not fast enough. It was because after water gushed into the stone coffin, Tsunami caught sight of a Buddha bead around the size of a longan one floating. The Buddha bead was extremely old. Even though it was made of wood, there was no sign of decay. A palm was etched on the Buddha bead that had its middle finger and thumb touching to form a hand seal. Every single line on the palm could be seen clearly, and it was bedazzling. Tsunami had merely taken a single look at the Buddha bead when he felt his vision blurring into an extremely shocking scene. It was like a battlefield in purgatory. Corpses piled into mountains and blood flowed like rivers everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air and black clouds were overcast in an atmosphere so repressing that one could barely breathe. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. A man covered in blood stood atop the mountain of corpses. With his back facing Tsunami, he was laughing with his head lowered like an unparalleled fiend. It was a sinister and terrifying laughter, sounding as though it was ringing right inside Tsunami's ears. It was extremely unsettling. A moment later, bits of golden light shone through the gaps in the black clouds, scattering some warmth across the battlefield. With the passage of time, the golden light grew more and more intense, almost tearing the pitch-black clouds away. All of a sudden, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, seemingly tearing the heavens and shining on the Fiend. Roar! The Fiend was furious and reared its head, bellowing towards the heavens in wrath. The veins on its neck were exposed and its blood vessels were protruding in a terrifyingly ferocious manner, akin to a living ghost from hell. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bedazzling golden palm descended from the sky. It crushed down gently with its middle finger and thumb touching one another to form a hand seal. Fiend Suppression Seal! A deep voice sounded. Before the golden hand seal even descended upon the Fiend's head, its body suddenly exploded as though it could not withstand the pressure, spraying blood all around the place in a horrifying manner. Tsunami felt his eyes sting from the splattered blood and he snapped out of the illusion. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Looking at the Buddha bead nearby that was sinking, Tsunami broke into a shudder. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes. After some hesitation, he swam into the river and chased after the Buddha bead, clasping it in his palm. There was nothing unusual when he retrieved it. Tsunami heaved out a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as one did not look at the pattern on the bead carefully, they would not fall into the illusion from before. Fiend Suppression Seal. Those 3 words flashed through Tsunami's mind. Needless to say, that must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Even though the illusion had lasted for a moment, that golden hand seal left a deep impression in Tsunami's mind, and he could not forget about it. Kicking his legs, Tsunami swam towards the river surface, and before long, he arrived at the shore. At that moment, his upper body was nude and his pants were sopping wet. Demoness pursed her lips and swept her gaze across Tsunami's lower body. Just as she was about to tease him, Tsunami's body shivered and he churned his bloodline. With the power of the bloodline, a white mist emitted from Tsunami's body suddenly. All the water droplets were vaporized. Under the veil, Demoness' mouth opened into a circle. Tsunami retrieved a clean green robe from his storage bag and wore it. He also tossed the Buddha bead conveniently into his storage bag. Demoness' eyes shifted. Recalling the abnormality of Tsunami at the bottom of the river, she approached him and blinked. "What did you find down there?" "It's nothing." There was naturally no way Tsunami would tell Demoness about the Buddha bead, as he replied casually. "How stingy!" she harumphed. Summoning a flying sword, Tsunami leaped on it and flew into the air, surveying the place. He did not know where the river Undercurrent had brought them. Demoness arrived in midair and looked down as well. Tsunami pondered for a while and looked at the river behind him. His heart stirred and he had a vague guess where they were. This was Yongxing River, a tributary of Jishui River that originated from the Great Zhou dynasty and passed by Yan country. In other words, Tsunami and Demoness had arrived in Yan country's territory. Tsunami looked over at the capital of Yan country with longing in his eyes. "I've been away from home for 2 years. I wonder how elder brother is doing." The scene of leaving Pingyang town 2 years ago felt like yesterday in his mind. Tsunami did not have many relatives. Other than him, the Su family only had Su Hong and Su Xiaoning as descendants. Su Xiaoning was far away in Azure Frost sect, and it was not easy to see her. Tsunami decided to visit his brother in the capital of Yan country. Chapter 184 Obsession. Chapter 184 Obsession. After a rough analysis, Tsunami rode his flying sword and sped towards the direction of Yan country's capital. When Demoness saw that Tsunami turned around to leave and ignored her, she could not help but feel agitated. Stomping her foot, she chased after him on her flying sword. As the pure maiden of the Fiend sex, her status was unimaginable. It was not something an ethereal peak disciple like Tsunami could compare to. Furthermore, she was born a charming woman. After cultivating the supreme mystic classic, Pure Maiden Sutra, every single frown and smile of hers would exude the power to bewitch all living beings. Even for cultivators who were a realm above her, they could easily fall under her skirt if they were slightly careless. Any cultivator who had the slightest bit of evil intent when they saw Demoness would inadvertently fall under the bewitchment of the Pure Maiden Sutra. The entire process was subtle and difficult to detect, causing one to sink deeper and deeper. That was the true terror of the Pure Maiden Sutra. Even a single thought would work. They would be controlled by the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sex. What made Demoness upset was how Tsunami had not been interested in her right from the beginning. Moreover, he was extremely wary. He was even more so after discovering her identity, wanting nothing more than to keep his distance, and never see her again. That made Demoness question her charms or whether there was a problem with the Pure Maiden Sutra. Both of them sped through the air one after another. Just like that, half a day was gone. Tsunami stopped and turned to look at Demoness G behind him, frowning. She came to a stop as well, ignoring his gaze. With her hands behind her back, she pretended to be nonchalant and looked at the scenery below in a seemingly relaxed manner. Tsunami turned back and left, and Demoness G followed him again. Even when he changed directions and routes, she followed accordingly. Stopping in his tracks, Tsunami turned around and asked, "Why are you following me?" "Tisk." Demoness G rolled her eyes and pouted. "That's odd. You're going your own way and I'm going mine. Who's following you? Stop thinking so highly of yourself." Tsunami nodded. "All right then, where are you going?" Demoness G was at a loss for words. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Why do you care where I go? The world is huge and I can go anywhere I want." Because this woman was Ji Yaoshue's younger sister after all, Tsunami could not do anything to her. Furthermore, back in the inheritance ground, Demoness G had the chance to escape, but she did not abandon him. That proved that she did not have a bad nature despite being someone of the Fiend's sections. Tsunami turned to leave and she followed hurriedly. After a short while, Demoness G suddenly asked, "Hey, you seem to hate me? I don't have a good impression towards those of Fiend's sex." Tsunami replied. "Foo!" Demoness G smiled as a look of mockery flashed in her eyes. She shook her head. "I thought you were different from others. To think that you're a fool as well." "Oh?" Tsunami raised his brow and replied, "You're a young brat who has been led astray. Why do you speak as though you know right from wrong? Does your sister know about this? What do you mean by going astray?" Demoness G was suddenly agitated as she stopped in front of Tsunami and looked him in the eyes. "Since you don't have a good impression towards those of the Fiend sex, you think that the path of Fiends is one that's astray? Let me ask you then, do you know what Fiends are? Do you understand anything about Fiend sex?" Tsunami was stunned for a moment. He wanted to reply but did not know what to say. Indeed, it was difficult for him to define Fiends, and he did not understand Fiend sex as well. In fact, he had not even heard of the 7 Fiend sects before he met Demoness G. After a moment, Tsunami replied, "Indeed, I don't know what Fiends are. However, I know that Wu Xiangming, Yan Fei and the others were sincere about wanting to protect you. But you got them killed." Demoness G scoffed coldly. "That's where you're wrong. Yan Fei was someone from Cloud Rain sect, and he had no good intentions following me. As for Wu Xiangming and the rest, I can assure you that they were only lured there because they had ill intents towards me. Such people deserve death. If I didn't have the means to protect myself, what do you think they would have done to me?" Tsunami thought for a moment before adding, "Back in the past, I encountered a sect named Joyful Sect here. Their disciples committed all sorts of evil and abducted women, using their yin to raise their cultivation realms. If that's not fiendish, what is? Joyful Sect is in the same league as Cloud Rain Sect, there's no difference." "That's where you're wrong again." Demoness G revealed a look of disdain and shook her head. "I've never heard of any Joyful Sect before. Although I'm not a disciple of Cloud Rain Sect, I know that Joyful Sect is not even befitting of carrying the shoes of Cloud Rain Sect cultivators." She paused for a moment and asked again, "Also, do you know Cloud Rain Sect very well? Why do you claim that Joyful Sect and Cloud Rain Sect are in the same league and there's no difference? On what basis?" "Their cultivation techniques." "Just because you've seen Joyful Sect's cultivation techniques, you understand the cultivation techniques of Cloud Rain Sect?" Tsunami remained silent. Demoness G continued, "Let me tell you, even though the disciples of Cloud Rain Sect are frivolous and always have sex with women, they don't force any women at all. Otherwise, they will be punished heavily by Cloud Rain Sect and even sentenced to death. Moreover, copulation between men and women is a fusion of yin and yang, the universe's natural path and the primordial Tao. What's wrong about that? If that's fiendish, you're telling me that all married couples in the world are fiends?" Upon hearing this, Tsunami frowned. In that case, Cloud Rain Sect and Joyful Sect truly had a difference. Cloud Rain sect would not force others. If the women were willing, there was nothing to say about that. Also, the real Fiend sects are only the 7 of us. In fact, 6. Even Malevolent Earth sect cannot be considered as a true Fiend sect, let alone some rubbish like Joyful sect. Do you think they're fit to be called fiends? Demoness G continued. Since you don't know what fiends are, let me tell you. There's a reason why the Tao of Fiends can be ranked alongside the Immortal and Buddha Tao and be passed down through the ages. The Tao of Fiends is the Tao of Obsession, the Tao of Extremity. Tao of Obsession, Tao of Extremity. Su Zimo repeated and frowned in deep thoughts. What Demoness G said had indeed given Su Zimo a new understanding of the term fiend. The fiend mentioned by Demoness G seemed to depart largely from his previous impression of the term. Furthermore, there would definitely be some degree of obstinateness in everyone's hearts. If they were to take a step more and reach the state of obsession, they would turn into fiends. Obsession turns one into fiends? Su Zimo asked. Since it's the Tao of Obsession and Extremity, what does Cloud Rain sect cultivate? The Tao of Indulgence. Demoness G explained slowly. In the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, indulgence is at the basis of it. However, there are 2 major taboos. One is to not force others, the other is to not be stirred by emotions. The reason why Yen Fei died in my hands was because he had violated the 2 great taboos of the Cloud Wind Mental Sutra, resulting in him exposing a fatal opening. As such, his death comes as no surprise. If one wanted to indulge in lust, they would have to be heartless. That was the obsession and extremity of Fiend sections. One would have to forsake many things to tread on this path. Fiends were incomplete and imperfect. Su Zimo's heart was shaken. After a brief pause, he asked, What does the Pure Maiden sect cultivate? Not telling you. Demoness G smiled slyly. Chapter 185 4 Years On. Chapter 185 4 Years On. After Demoness G's words, Su Zimo had a new understanding and impression towards her and Fiend sections. Just like Immortals and Buddha, Fiends had a Tao of their own. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and asked, A few months ago, I met a cultivator in a spirit mine with ruthless methods. He massacred an entire city of living beings and uses a vile cultivation technique that can suck a living person into a dry corpse. Is he someone from the Fiend sects? From what I know, there's no such cultivation technique in the Fiend sects. Demoness G shook her head. She paused for a moment and continued. The reason why the reputation of Fiend sects is bad in the cultivation world is all because of you people from the orthodox path. As long as it's something that goes against humanity, you guys accuse us of the Fiend sects for it. It's truly despicable. If it's not done by the Fiend sects, you guys can come forth and explain yourselves. Su Zimo frowned. Foo-foo. Demoness G scoffed coldly. There's no way the Fiend sects will do that. Demons have their pride. She thought for a moment and said, A senior in the Fiend sects once gave an example to describe the difference between immortals and demons. I think it's rather apartment. For the same treasure, cultivators of the Fiend sects would fight for it openly. However, cultivators of immortal sects would vie for it in secret and frame it onto those of the Fiend sections. That's a little extreme. Su Zimo shook his head. I don't wish to argue with you anymore. With that, Su Zimo turned to leave. Demoness G followed him again. But this time round, Su Zimo did not chase her away. Where are you going? She asked. Su Zimo remained silent for a while before replying. Back home to take a look. As Su Zimo sped towards the capital of Yen Country, more than 10 cultivators arrived at a small town on the border of Yen Country. They were led by a man and woman. The man wore sparkling white robes. He had a smile on his face, looking handsome and elegant. The woman was dressed in a long, emerald dress. Her black hair swayed in the wind and she had beautiful features, looking gentle and quiet. The both of them rode on their swords and their clothes fluttered in the wind. Like a match made in heaven, they were dazzling and could not be ignored. More importantly, both of them were at perfected foundation establishment realm. The 10-odd cultivators that followed them were all foundation establishment cultivators as well, varying from early to late stage. On their waists hung a badge with the words Iridescent Clouds. It was daytime at the moment, with many citizens walking on the streets. Their expressions changed starkly with the sudden appearance of the many foundation establishment cultivators above them. The citizens hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, immortals!" Someone in the crowd with sharp eyes recognized the gentlewoman and whispered, "It's that girl from the Shin family. It's really her. I wouldn't have been able to tell if you hadn't said it. She's changed drastically after 4 years. She's just like a fairy now." Shut up. Stop looking at her. She's an immortal now. If you anger her, she's going to gouge out your eyeballs. The gentlewoman in the emerald dress was none other than Shimingchi, who was taken away by perfected being Tsang Lang 4 years earlier to join Iridescent Cloud's palace. The white-robed cultivator beside her was her senior brother, Suyu. "So this is your home, junior sister?" Suyu looked at Shimingchi beside him with a gentle gaze and asked softly, "I see." She seemed distracted as she responded. Looking at the small town beneath her, she sighed in a dazed manner, letting out a reminiscing expression. Unknowingly, 4 years had passed. 4 years ago, she stood with perfected being Tsang Lang in midair looking at Pingyang Town the same way. However, that afternoon, a stubborn youth stood with his chest puffed and head held high on this familiar long street. He did not kneel nor fear. At the thought of that youth, Shimingchi smiled faintly. Right after, she sighed gently and shook her head. No matter what, immortals and mortals were different. She was no longer on the same level as that youth. Decades later, her youth would still be present, and she would be in her prime. However, that youth would have entered his later years and await death of old age. Even though they had unforgettable memories together, that could only fade and disappear along with time. Junior sister, junior sister?" Suyu's voice pulled Shimingchi back from her memories. Sorry," she replied apologetically, neither too intimate nor unfriendly. Suyu was considered as one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace. He had courted her for a long time, but she never agreed to it. She made the decision to return home for a visit in a low profile. However, Suyu volunteered to accompany her and brought more than 10 juniors along. Before long, Shimingchi and the others descended at the Shin residence. She only had a single kin, her brother Shinnan. The Shin family had changed drastically. Even though the Zhao and Li families were eradicated and removed from Pingyang Town, Shinnan had benefited greatly from following the two families in the past. As such, he had long expanded into a luxurious mansion. Because of Su Xiaoning's kidnapping incident back then, Su Zimo went on a killing spree and killed many people, except Shinnan. Even so, Shinnan did not dare to continue being brazen. After all, Su Hong's conferment as king happened in Pingyang Town. Although no one knew what was going on behind the scenes, everyone witnessed the outcome. Mengqi? When Shinnan caught sight of Shimingchi, he was rooted on the spot with a look of disbelief. "Brother, it's me." Shimingchi smiled and nodded. "It's good that you're back, it's good." Facing more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace, Shinnan's heart was trembling with fear. He looked uneasy as he remarked with a smile. From Shimingchi, Shinnan could feel an unfamiliar aura. It was as though their relationship through blood had faded after she entered the path of immortality. "The family has changed quite drastically." Shinmingchi walked around the Shin residence casually with a smile. Shinnan followed behind her, not daring to walk in front. After walking around, Shinmingchi asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Shinnan, are the 4 major families of Pingyang Town still around? Such as the Su family?" Shinnan froze for a moment, and shook his head with a strange expression on his face. "And not anymore. The Su family is not around anymore?" Shinmingchi stopped in her tracks and suddenly turned around, frowning. "Yeah, they're all gone." Shinnan nodded and related everything that happened 4 years ago. Shinmingchi listened intently. That Su Zimo must have taken on an expert in the pugilistic world as his master. His strength grew by leaps and bounds, and he destroyed the Zhao and Li families almost single-handedly. Shen Nan glanced at Shen Mingqi. However, he did not kill me. I think it's on account of your relationship. Shen Mingqi did not reply. She knew very well why Su Zimo did not kill Shen Nan. Even though it had something to do with her, it was definitely not because of their relationship. Junior sister, who is that Su Zimo? Where is he now? At the side, Suyu could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to have a close relationship with Shen Mingqi in the past. Because of that, he was long frustrated and asked with a scowl. Chapter 186 Old Friends. Chapter 186 Old Friends. Sensing the frustration in Suyu's tone, Shen Mingqi replied calmly. He's just a childhood playmate and an old friend. Without a spirit root, he can't cultivate and is unlike us. You don't have to bother about him. So, it's just a mere commoner. I was wondering what sort of a character he was. Suyu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, This Su Zimo clearly knows that you've joined Iridescent Cloud's palace and became a cultivator. Despite that, he dares to bully your brother? Shen Mingqi shook her head. Forget it, it's all in the past. Besides, it might not be his fault either. Even though Shen Nan made himself seem innocent while explaining the story and mentioned how Su Zimo was the one bullying others, Shen Mingqi was well aware of her brother's character. Furthermore, the way Shen Nan was avoiding her gaze affirmed her guess that there was more to things. How can that do? Suyu said in a deep voice. This Su Zimo doesn't know his place. He even dares to act so impudently as a commoner. Since I got to know about him, I'll have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Initially, Suyu had not intended to interfere in this matter. However, he could vaguely sense that Shen Mingqi seemed to be defending that Su Zimo. The more she did that, the more Suyu wanted to interfere and take a look at that person. He looked at Shen Nan and asked coldly, Young Master Shen, where is that person now? Shen Nan did not intend to do anything at first. But when he heard Suyu's words, his mind started churning and he turned more energetic. Stammering, he replied, He left Pingyang town 2 years ago. I don't know where he is. Suyu frowned. The Great Zhou dynasty was enormous, and there were dozens of vassal states of varying sizes. Finding a person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Shen Nan coughed gently. However, he has a brother, Su Hong, who is the current king of Yen. He has a prominent status, and we can't afford to offend him. Humph! Suyu scoffed. A king of mortals is but a mortal. He can be on par with the Qi refinement warrior of a minor sect, but against a foundation establishment cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace like me? Even if he's the king of Yen, he'll have to kneel before me. Shen Nan's eyes shone and his blood boiled as he listened. It was as if Shen Nan was looking at the high and mighty king of Yen kneeling in front of him obediently, not daring to lift his head. What sort of an image would that be? Suyu declared proudly. That's perfect. Junior sister, since this Su Zimo bullied your brother, let's go to the capital of Yen country and teach his brother a lesson. Fufu, this is tit for tat. Shen Mingqi frowned and hesitated. Junior sister, we'll have to make a trip to the capital of Yen country even if it's not for this matter. Suyu continued. Junior brother Zhou disappeared for 2 years without a trace. Master asked us to investigate the place where the most cultivators are gathered in Yen country. The place with the most information is the capital. Yes, all right. Shen Mingqi nodded. Suyu retrieved a spirit vessel from his storage bag and injected spirit qi, causing it to expand with the wind and hover in midair. Smiling, Suyu said, Young Master Shen, do come along. The day you meet the King of Yen will be the day you can hold your head high. Shen Nan nodded hurriedly and his body trembled in excitement. His eyes could barely conceal his emotions. The many Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators boarded the spirit vessel one after another. Under Suyu's control, it rose into the air and turned into a stream of light, speeding towards the capital of Yen country. After traveling a few days at full speed, Su Zimo and Demonis G finally arrived at the capital of Yen country. 2 years ago, Su Zimo was here. In that main hall, he beheaded the king of Yen, Zhao Qian, in front of everyone. Tying the latter's head to his waist, he engaged in a bloody battle and fought his way out with dominance. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. After a slight pause, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and sped towards the palace, arriving above it quickly. "Who's there?" someone berated from below. Right after, 2 Qi Refinement warriors summoned their flying swords and flew into the air, arriving opposite Su Zimo and Demonis G. The 2 of them were Qi Refinement warriors, one at level 6 and the other at level 9. Using their spirit-peering art, they swept across Su Zimo and Demonis G, causing their expressions to change in shock as they shuddered. Su Zimo's current cultivation was at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. He was far above the both of them. Demonis G stood there with a veil covering her face. They could not detect her cultivation. "Greetings, seniors." The 2 Qi Refinement warriors reacted quickly and bowed hurriedly. One of them asked cautiously in a testing manner, "May I know what brings you two here?" "Bring me to the King of Yen." Su Zimo smiled in a friendly manner. "This?" The 2 men exchanged glances and did not agree immediately. After all, they did not know the identity of this green-robed cultivator. How would they dare to bring people in rashly? However, the man and woman before them had high cultivations. If they wanted to force their way through, no one could stop them either. Right then, a sword beam sped over from not far away. When that person came close and caught sight of Su Zimo, his eyes lit up and he said happily, "Second young Master Su? Mr. Song, it's been 2 years. How have you been?" Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The person who arrived later was the Qi Refinement warrior that Su Zimo had hired 2 years earlier to protect the Su family, Song Qi. Back then, Song Qi had just broken through to be a level 8 Qi Refinement warrior. Right now, he was at level 9. Eh? Song Qi looked at the flying sword Su Zimo was riding on with widened eyes of disbelief. From what he could remember, Su Zimo did not have a spirit root and was unable to cultivate. How was he managing sword kinesis flight right now? Instinctively, Song Qi checked Su Zimo's cultivation with the spirit-peering art. That single check gave Song Qi a shock and he nearly fell from the skies. Early-stage foundation establishment. In just 2 years, a mortal without any foundation or spirit root had entered foundation establishment realm. Song Qi had not slacked off in the past 2 years, but even then, he had only improved by a single level. In fact, what Song Qi did not know was that Su Zimo had even spent half a year locked in Thunderclap Valley without any improvement to his cultivation. Furthermore, half of Su Zimo's spirit qi was spent on tempering his body as well. How great was the gap between them! In the entire Yen country, a foundation establishment cultivator could be considered as one of the top. This was the difference between spirit root and had nothing to do with how much talent or cultivation resources one had. "Second young Master Su, you've changed so much in 2 years." Song Qi sighed and shook his head, lamenting to himself. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that the youth from Pingyang Town back then would reach such a level today. Demonis Ji blinked her eyes at the side. Grinning, she muttered softly, "Second young Master Su. Hee, interesting. How has brother been recently?" Su Zimo asked. "Young Master's health is fine, but he often misses the 2 of you. He's worried that you'll meet with danger and be bullied outside." That had Su Zimo feeling extremely touched. Song Qi led Su Zimo and Demonis Ji into the back palace. The back palace of the King of Yen was quiet and plain. There were no beautiful women or 3,000 concubines. Instead, they saw quite a number of Su family members. When old friends met, they could not help but exchange pleasantries. Chapter 187 Reunion. Chapter 187 Reunion. King of Yan's Chamber. The King of Yan, Su Hong, had a solemn expression. He was playing chess against Uncle Jing, and it was at a particularly intense situation. The guards Lu Yu and Yuchi stood at the side, standing watch over the both of them with sharp gazes. Uncle Jing, Lu Yu and Yuchi were the oldest and most loyal three in the Su family. They never left even when the Su family was at its lowest, and was almost annihilated. Young master, you aren't young anymore. Are you really planning to continue wasting your time like this and not get married? After 4 years, Uncle Jing looked much older. However, his eyes were still clear and exuded the glint of wisdom. In private, everyone addressed each other no differently from before. Su Hong remained silent. Young master, the bloodline of the Su family has to continue, Uncle Jing persuaded again. With a sharp slap, Su Hong put down a chess piece and pointed to the chessboard with a smile. Uncle Jing, if you get distracted again, you're going to lose. Seeing that Su Hong clearly did not wish to talk about it, Uncle Jing gave a bitter smile and sighed. I'm not as energetic as before. I'm old now. Right then, a burst of laughter came out outside and Song Chi's voice rang. Young master, Mr. Chun! Guess who's here? The door to the King of Yan's chamber was closed. Su Hong and the rest could only see vague shadows, but they could not see the appearance of the visitors. When he heard that, Su Hong shook his head and smiled. What's there to be mysterious about? Who could it be? Uncle Jing went silent for a moment. A thought struck him as he whispered. Could it be the second young master or miss? Xiaoning wouldn't have time to return since she's on the path to immortality cultivation. As for Zimo, there was a look of worry in Su Hong's eyes. I don't know where that lad has gone off to. I haven't seen him in 2 years. Big brother, I'm back. One of them pushed the door open. He was dressed in green and carried a scholarly aura around him, looking refined and graceful. It was none other than Su Zimo. Second young master? It really is the second young master! Lu Yu and the others revealed looks of joy as they broke into laughter. Zimo! Su Hong's eyes sparkled. He stood up slowly and walked forward, sizing Su Zimo from head to toe. As much as he tried to control himself, he could not conceal the excitement in his heart. While Su Hong was sizing him up, Su Zimo was looking at Su Hong as well. After 2 years, Su Hong did not seem to have changed much. Back when he had failed to assassinate the King of Yin, he was disheartened and his hair turned white overnight. At first glance, he looked like a venerable old man. In fact, Su Hong was only 34 this year. Stretching both hands, Su Hong gripped Su Zimo tightly on the shoulders and shook the latter vigorously. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you're stronger than before. Young master, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but second young master Su is now a cultivator as well. Not just that, his cultivation is even much higher than mine. Song Chi remarked at the side. Oh? For real? Su Hong's eyes lit up. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. That's right, brother. I joined a sect named Ethereal Peak, one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. It's not weaker than Xiaoning's Azure Frost sect. Good, good, good. Su Hong nodded repeatedly. Lu Yu and the rest were delighted too. At this moment, Su Hong's gaze turned towards the girl beside Su Zimo. He could not help but be slightly stunned as a feeling of amazement surged in his heart. This lady is... Su Zimo finally remembered that Demoness Ji was still beside him. Just as he was about to introduce, he heard her voice. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate, and was pleasant to one's ears. Hello, big brother. Su Zimo frowned. It was naturally all right for him to refer to Su Hong as big brother. But why was this Demoness Ji joining him? Su Zimo glanced sideways, wanting to remind her. However, he ended up losing his focus and was rooted on the spot as well. Unknowingly, Demoness Ji had removed the veil on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could captivate all life. She was flawless and unimaginably beautiful. This time, there was no bewitching charm exuding from Demoness Ji. On the contrary, she looked refined and elegant. Nodding slightly, her cheeks flushed red as though she was a little shy. Su Zimo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This was Demoness G? This young girl before her was completely unlike Su Zimo's impression of her being that seductive Demoness G who could bewitch the entire world. This was clearly a respectable woman, not some Demoness. Demoness G moved closer to Su Zimo and tugged Su Zimo's sleeve with her petite hands. Rolling her eyes at him secretly, she looked at Su Hong and said timidly, "I'm Yenna Zimo's friend." Su Zimo felt goosebumps all over his body. If they were friends, so be it. Why did she have to break a pause in the middle? Even though there was nothing wrong with that sentence, the way Demoness G said it changed the tone of it and would lead to inferences. True enough. Su Hong looked enlightened and nodded in delight. Uncle Xing and Song Qi smiled as well, looking at Demoness G with a hint of scrutiny, feeling more satisfied by the moment. Lu Yu and Yu Qihua winked at Su Zimo and secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Demoness G, what are you doing?" Su Zimo pulled Demoness G to a corner and whispered, frowning. "What's wrong?" she asked with an innocent expression. "Who told you to remove your veil? It's rude to meet Big Brother with a veil." "That's true." Su Zimo nodded instinctively, but he felt that something was amiss. On second thought, he snapped out of his stupor and glared at Demoness G. "Who is your big brother?" "He's my big brother." "Also, Demoness G, why are you pretending in front of my big brother? Don't you think I know what sort of a person you are?" Su Zimo gave a cold sneer. "Sure, let's not pretend then. How about I jump into your embrace and we can make out right now?" Demoness G glanced sideways at Su Zimo, full of provocation. Su Zimo jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Please continue pretending." He knew very well that this person in front of him could truly do such a thing with no qualms. "Zimo, what are you doing?" Right then, Su Hong walked over with a hint of blame in his tone. "I heard you mentioning something about a Demoness. How is she a Demoness? Don't spout nonsense. To think that you've spent more than 10 years studying the texts of saints." Su Zimo could not really explain despite being reprimanded and could only say, "Big brother, please don't overthink things. She's truly just a friend of mine and is a fellow cultivator." "Oh?" Unexpectedly, Su Hong's eyes lit up and he nodded. "That's good. Both of you are cultivators, so it's a perfect match." Demoness G grinned and an imperceptible smugness flashed across her eyes. Su Zimo coughed lightly and changed the topic. "Has Xiaoning returned in 2 years?" "No." Su Hong shook his head. "You haven't seen her either? I see," Su Zimo said in a low voice. "But you don't have to worry, big brother. The sect competition is about to begin. At that time, all major and minor sects within the Great Zhou dynasty would be present, and I'll be able to see Xiaoning then." Naturally, Su Xiaoning was not the only one he would see at the sect competition. He might even encounter some old friends. An image surfaced in Su Zimo's mind. It was a gentle girl who told him heartlessly, "Our fate has come to an end. We are separated as mortals and immortals. I'm afraid we will not see each other again. It's true, our fate has come to an end. As for whether being separated as mortals and immortals as well as whether we'll see once another again, ha!" Su Zimo's eyes flashed with mockery. Chapter 188 Breaking into the Palace. Chapter 188 Breaking into the Palace. Su Zimo did not leave immediately. He planned to stay in the palace for a few days and accompany his brother. After all, he did not know when he would be back next time. Demoness G did not leave either and stayed in the palace alongside Su Zimo. She merely took occasional walks outside and came over to tease Su Zimo when she had nothing to do. As the king of Yen, Su Hong would naturally not reside in the back palace all the time. Every day, he would take time to evaluate the memorials in the imperial court. In that period of time, Su Zimo would sit in his house quietly, raising his cultivation and starting on the organ's refinement section, while studying the various bloodline spirit arts he obtained in the stone coffin as well as the Buddha bead. Before leaving Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo's cultivation was already at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. After the fight at the inheritance ground and obtaining a huge chunk of bloodline essence from that mysterious skeleton, Su Zimo broke through to mid-stage foundation establishment within a couple of days naturally. His bloodline was extraordinary to begin with, and he had already reached the legendary Tsunami blood realm. As such, it was comparatively easier for him to cultivate the bloodline spirit arts. However, he had no clue how to go about the organ's refinement section. He would think about it occasionally but put it aside when he could not find anything. During that period of time, Su Zimo's greatest focus was still on that mysterious Buddha bead. It was clear that there was a powerful secret skill hidden within the Buddha bead, Fiend's suppression seal. Each time Su Zimo looked at the Buddha bead, he would fall into the illusion and experience the power of that golden palm descending from the skies to crush the demon and mountain of corpses with the hand seal. He constantly pondered and tried to figure out every single detail. This day, a group of Foundation establishment cultivators arrived at the capital of Yen country, led by a man and woman, Su Yu and Shen Mingqi. "Junior sister, if you want me to say it, let's openly barge into the palace and bring the king of Yen out. After asking about news of junior brother Zhou, we can seek revenge. How about that?" Su Yu asked for Shen Mingqi's opinion with a smile. Shen Mingqi frowned and shook her head. "I don't wish to see those old friends, so I won't be going with you guys." Su Yu rolled his eyes and nodded. "That's true. Given our status, we'll be elevating the King of Yan's status if we go and look for him at his place. Junior brothers Lian Hao and Lu Hongyi, please bring our fellow sect mates to the palace and invite that King of Yan over." Su Yu placed emphasis on the word invite. His intentions were clear. He wanted Su Hong to suffer. Two iridescent clouds palace cultivators stood up and cupped their fists. "Don't worry, senior brother Su. Leave it to us." Su Yu nodded. Lian Hao and Lu Hongyi were both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In the capital of Yen country, they were absolutely domineering existences. Furthermore, they carried the badge of Iridescent Cloud's palace on their waist. Which idiot would dare provoke them? Su Yu, Shen Mingqi and Shen Nan looked for a random inn and moved in, waiting for Lian Hao and Lu Hongyi to bring the King of Yen over. Shen Nan was the most excited among them. In the 2 years since Su Hong was conferred king, he had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the Su family would seek revenge on him one day. Now, he no longer had to be afraid. After Su Hong's court session of the day, he headed for the back palace. When he reached Su Zimo's door, he realized that it was tightly shut. Pausing for a slight moment, he did not knock and instead turned to leave. He gathered that Su Zimo was probably in seclusion and did not disturb the latter. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Hong continued to read the account memorials. Not long after, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. "Who's there?" "Ah!" Sounds of fighting and screaming could be heard vaguely. It was as if someone had barged into the palace and headed straight for the chamber. "Oh?" Su Hong frowned, his expression calm and composed. Lu Yu and Yu Hui exchanged glances and quickly stood in front of Su Hong, whispering, "Young master, leave from the back." Song Qi stood up and retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag. He shook his head with a solemn expression. "It's most likely too late to leave." Snap! Just as he said that, the door to the chamber was smashed apart by a tremendous force. More than 10 cultivators barged in with large strides, their heads reared with an imposing aura. Song Qi looked at them and could not help but feel shocked. His breathing stagnated. Foundation establishment cultivators. There were more than 10 cultivators, all of them Foundation establishment cultivators. The 2 people leading them were even at late-stage Foundation establishment. The power they possessed was almost enough to destroy a vassal state. When did Yen country offend such a faction? Song Qi's thoughts raced and he pondered. It makes no sense. We rarely have any interaction with cultivators, so we couldn't have offended these people. His gaze landed on the badge on the waist of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Iridescent Cloud's Palace. One of the 5 major sects, Iridescent Cloud's Palace. This was big. Song Qi forced himself to remain calm as he revealed a smile and said in a deep voice, Fellow seniors of Iridescent Cloud's Palace who have come to visit the capital, please forgive us for being impolite and failing to welcome all of you. Liang Hao did not even bother to look at Song-Chi. His head was raised, his nostrils facing the skies as he looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Hong in the middle as he asked with raised brows. You're the king of Yen, Su Hong? I am. Su Hong stood up slowly with a calm expression. He pushed Lu Yu and Yuchihua aside, facing Liang Hao and the rest directly. Fu! Lu Hongyi's lips curled into a cynical smile. He laughed lightly. The ignorant are truly fearless. You can stay calm now, but I wonder if you'll roll in your pee out of fear later on. May I know why you guys have barged into the palace of Yen country? Su Hong's tone was calm and composed, neither overbearing nor servile. Why? Liang Hao's expression darkened and he suddenly shouted. Su Hong, how bold of you! Kneel down when you see immortals of the Iridescent Cloud's palace. His voice was deafening, reverberating in the chamber strongly. It was as if there was really an immortal looking down on all life and questioning loudly. Mortals aside, even Song-Chi's expression was slightly pale. His chest felt stuffy and his heart raced. Su Hong raised his head and suddenly smiled. Why should I kneel? You're indeed ignorant. It seems like you're someone who won't cry until you see the coffin. I've got to let you suffer for a bit. Lu Hongyi declared sinisterly with a malicious expression. Right as he was about to step forth, a voice came from outside. The people from Iridescent Cloud's palace are truly promising. They're always forcing people to kneel, Fufu. Those words were clearly filled with disdain and mockery. Immediately, the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace were enraged as they turned back. A green-robed man strode over. Refined and delicate, he was elegant like a scholar. However, his eyes were narrowed like a sharp blade, carrying an intensely cold glint. Behind the green-robed man was a girl in a pink dress. She was breathtakingly beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Every glance of hers caused waves of light to swirl around her, fluttering the hearts of the many cultivators present as well. Chapter 189 Might of the Fiend's Suppression Seal. Chapter 189 Might of the Fiend's Suppression Seal. Be it male or female, the dozen or so cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace were attracted by the girl in pink's appearance, forgetting where they were for a moment. It was only after the green-robed man and girl in pink brushed past them and entered the chamber that everyone came to their senses. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi used their spirit-peering art to probe the two of them immediately. The girl in pink seemed to have cultivated some secret technique, concealing her cultivation in a blurry and unfathomable manner. There was nothing special about the green-robed cultivator. He was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi sneered to themselves. When both of them saw that neither the green-robed cultivator or girl in pink had any identity badges, they assumed that these must be itinerant or minor sect cultivators and there was nothing to be afraid of. The moment they saw the girl in pink, be it Liang Hao or Lu Hongyi, both harbored a thought. They wanted to show off their strength and vie for the girl in pink's attention. The green-robed cultivator and girl in pink were naturally Su Zimo and Demonis Ji. Su Zimo walked into the chamber and swept his gaze. Upon seeing that no one was injured, the killing intent in his eyes lessened slightly. Even though Song-Chi did not say anything, he kept giving Su Zimo a meaningful glance to remind him that his opponents were of a higher cultivation realm. Furthermore, they were from Iridescent Cloud's palace and were strong with a powerful backing. Worry flashed in Su Hong's eyes when he saw Su Zimo appearing as well. Su Zimo merely smiled and nodded to Su Hong, Song-Chi and the rest, indicating for them to be at ease. He found a random chair and sat down calmly without even glancing at the group from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Liang Hao and the rest were furious when they saw how arrogant Su Zimo was despite his lower cultivation. Were you the one who spoke just now? Liang Hao glared at Su Zimo fixedly and asked coldly. Yes. Su Zimo lowered his head and pressed his middle finger against his thumb, rubbing it lightly as he replied expressionlessly. Liang Hao narrowed his eyes and said icily, In that case, do you have any objections if I get Su Hong to kneel down? Su Zimo raised his head and looked askance at Liang Hao, asking with a smile. Are you worthy? You must be courting death. Liang Hao's fingertips moved in an incantation gesture, and the spirit energy in his dantian burst out, forming a long sword out of thin air. This was one of the more ordinary spirit techniques in the cultivation world, the condensing sword art. Using rich spirit energy as a foundation, a long sword was condensed. However, its sharpness was no weaker than a spirit weapon. Furthermore, its aura was terrifying and emitted a suppressive force. Right then, Su Zimo moved as well. His mind flashed repeatedly with the shocking scene he had witnessed when he delved into the illusion of the Buddha bead. Subconsciously, Su Zimo's middle finger and thumb pressed together to form a weird hand seal. The secret skill hidden in the Buddha bead, Fiend's suppression seal. At that moment, the spirit energy in his dantian circulated crazily and continuously surged into the newly formed hand seal. The speed was too fast. The Fiend's suppression seal was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian constantly like a whale swallowing a cow. Su Zimo had a feeling that if he did not make a move, the Fiend's suppression seal could even absorb his spirit energy entirely without a single drop left. The more powerful the spirit art, the greater the consumption of spirit energy. Right now, Su Zimo was at mid-stage foundation establishment. Due to the presence of the blood-bone palm, the quality of his spirit energy could even match that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If the Fiend's suppression seal could absorb all the spirit energy of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how terrifying was that spirit art? Su Zimo did not dare to wait any longer and attack directly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a giant golden palm descended from the sky. Smashing through the heavens, it suppressed all air flow and crushed towards Liang Hao and the others in a repressive manner. At that moment, even those who were not involved felt a sense of trepidation. Psst! Song Qi gasped as his heart trembled. Even though the strike was not aimed at him, he could still feel a suffocating pressure. Demoness Ji watched with an open mouth and widened eyes in disbelief. As the pure maiden of the Fiend sex, she naturally had a sharp eye. The power of this spirit art before her was far beyond her imagination. Ethereal peak aside, even the Fiend sex that had survived through the ancient times did not have many spirit arts of this level. Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi, who were situated beneath the Fiend's suppression seal, were horrified. They looked up with widened, bloodshot eyes and shuddered in fear. Both of them could see clearly. The patterns on the golden palm were clearly visible, as though they were corporeal. It was as if the divine god's palm carried with it a supreme might as it came crushing down, seeking to destroy all living things. Everyone, help me! The Fiend's suppression seal descended extremely quickly and encompassed a large area. Liang Hao did not have time to dodge and could only roar loudly. Beside him, Lu Hongyi was also the first to bear the brunt. At that moment, the two of them had an illusion. They did not seem to be facing a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Instead, it was a perfected foundation establishment cultivator who had unlocked multiple meridians. Liang Hao did not even have time to stab at Su Zimo using the spirit sword he had just conjured. He could only use all his strength to stab at the golden palm above him. Kill! On the other side, Lu Hongyi also burst out with a spirit art. A huge mirror covered the both of their heads, glistening with a watery surface as though it could withstand all power. Even though the remaining 10 iridescent clouds palace cultivators were not enveloped by the golden hand seal, they hurriedly rendered their assistance seeing their two senior brothers in need. Instantly, flying swords with cold auras intertwined with one another as spirit arts were released. There was only one goal, the descending golden hand seal. Snap! Liang Hao's spirit sword was the first to snap. Against the golden hand seal, it was like a mere chicken that could not withstand a single blow. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 The flying swords and spirit arts of the iridescent clouds palace cultivators struck the golden hand seal and it trembled, dimming its golden light considerably. Even so, the golden hand seal continued to crush down. It made contact with the spirit mirror Lu Hongyi conjured. Piak! The ripples on the surface of the spirit realm instantly coagulated as they shattered, dissipating their spirit energy. Lian Hao and Lu Hongyi panicked. They quickly took out a protective talisman from their storage bags and crushed it. A light dome appeared around them. Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the surface of the light dome and spread rapidly. Bang! The protection talismans had failed. Lian Hao and Lu Hongyi could not endure the burden and spat out a mouthful of blood as though they were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale and dispirited. Right after, their legs buckled and they fell to their knees with a plop. The impact nearly shattered their knees, causing their faces to squeeze together in pain. The golden hand seal dissipated as well after receiving that much of an impact. It was completely silent within the chamber. No one had expected this. Demoness Ji knew that Su Zimo was terrifying in his melee combat ability. However, she had not expected that he would be able to unleash such domineering powers in terms of cultivation techniques as well. The two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were seriously injured and lost their combat power. The remaining 10 Iridescent Clouds Palace cultivators were not enveloped by the Fiend's suppression seal after all. Since they only attacked by the side, they were not injured. Even so, they had expended quite a bit of spirit energy as they looked at Su Zimo with frightful eyes. Chapter 190 Get Over Here Yourself. Chapter 190 Get Over Here Yourself. Right from the start, Su Zimo had been seated on the chair without any major movements. In fact, he did not even stand up and looked calm and composed. In reality, he felt quite the shock as well. The might of the Fiend's suppression seal had far surpassed his expectations. At that moment, the spirit energy in his energy was almost depleted. If he could provide sufficient spirit energy, how terrifying would the power of the Fiend's suppression seal be? According to his calculation, the power exerted by the Fiend's suppression seal earlier on was probably less than 30% of its full power. What sort of a spirit art was that? A mere 30% of its power nearly depleted Su Zimo's spirit energy as a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Who are you? What sect are you from? Tell me your name if you've got the guts. Lian Hao struggled to stand up. He stared at Su Zimo and asked slowly with hateful eyes. Who allowed you to get up? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold, and he casually flicked the teacup on the table. How strong was Su Zimo's physical strength? Even a casual strike of his was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Lian Hao was already severely injured. Shoo! The teacup tore through the air. Before Lian Hao could react, the teacup smashed onto his knee with a loud bang. Instantly, the teacup shattered into pieces. Lian Hao was just about to get up when he was forced to kneel after such a heavy blow once more. Ah! He cried out in pain and cold sweat trickled down his forehead in the blink of an eye. At the side, Lu Hongyi was about to get up as well. However, the scene scared him so much that he shivered and continued kneeling on the ground obediently with a lowered head, not daring to mutter a word. The situation was pressuring. At a time like this, being stubborn was only asking for trouble. Even though there were 10 Foundation establishment cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's palace remaining, all of them were stunned by Su Zimo. How would any of them dare to make a move? The 10 Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators exchanged glances and tacitly retreated. The matter before them could only be handled by senior brother Su Yu and senior sister Shen Mingqi. It was useless for them to stay here. This is not over yet. All of you stay here. Su Zimo sat on his original spot with no intention of getting up. Even though his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable strength. Hurry, let's go! Someone shouted loudly and summoned a flying sword, running outside without looking back. Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly. Instant thunder! Snap! Accompanied by a deafening roar, A thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm suddenly descended and shot down in the middle of the iridescent cloud's palace cultivators in a dazzling manner. The dense thunderbolts quickly spread out and crackled. Thunder art was the most offensive of all spirit arts. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo had cultivated the ancient Void Thunder Manual, the power of thunder in his bloodline was extremely strong. Of the remaining 10 people, 4 were at mid-stage while 6 were at early-stage foundation establishment, how could any of them withstand the might of thunder? Ah! 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 Tragic cries could be heard from the crowd. The 6 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators were instantly electrocuted and charred. Green smoke billowed from their bodies as they fell to the ground. The 4 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators were also covered in dirt. Although they had barely managed to withstand the blow, they were severely injured with blood oozing from the sides of their mouths. All their hairs turned charred and curly from the shock. Su Hong, Song Chi and the others were long dumbfounded by what they saw. How could they have expected that his younger brother, the second young master of the Su family, would be so powerful in just 2 years? Fellow Taoist, you better not go too far. Lu Hongi gulped and mustered his courage to declare. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. You're the ones who came knocking to provoke, forcing others to kneel in an intimidating manner. Why am I the one blamed for going too far now? Don't you get arrogant now. Liang Hao endured the pain in his knees and said sinisterly. Punk, my senior brother and sister are in the capital now. Wait and see what happens if we don't bring Su Hong back with us. Oh? Su Zimo read between the lines and asked with interest. Does that mean that you are here today to take away the King of Yen? Liang Hao replied loudly. So what if I am? Very good. Su Zimo nodded and asked again. Why do you want the King of Yen? Is it because he has a feud with you guys or is it something else? That's none of your business. Liang Hao snorted. Even though Su Hong is the King of Yen, he's a mere mortal. It's his honor if senior brother Su wants to see him. Honor? Su Zimo sneered coldly. In that case, I'll let one person leave. You. Go back and tell your senior brother Su my exact words. Su Zimo casually pointed at a slightly injured iridescent cloud's palace cultivator and said indifferently. If you want to meet the King of Yen, sure. Get over here yourself. The iridescent cloud's palace cultivator nodded with a terrified expression and fled on his flying sword. In and near the capital, Su Yu and Shin Mingqi were casually eating and chatting. Su Yu asked with concern, Junior sister, you don't look too good. Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. Shin Mingqi shook her head and frowned. For some reason, I'm feeling a little frustrated. Su Yu smiled. Junior sister, you don't have to think too much about it. If you don't wish to see those old friends, you can just avoid Su Hong when he's here later. Leave everything to me. All right. Shin Mingqi nodded. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard from afar. It was obvious that someone had sped over on a flying sword in a seemingly flustered manner. Oh? Su Yu frowned and waved his robes gently, causing the entrance door to open as a figure rushed in. Junior brother Lu? Su Yu and Shin Mingqi were slightly taken aback. The person's clothes were torn and some places even had burn marks. He had rushed over in haste with white smoke still rising from his charred, curly hair as though he had just been electrocuted. Junior brother Lu, how could you be so careless to be struck by lightning? Su Yu frowned and berated. You're an immortal cultivator, and yet you don't even know how to dodge lightning. Look at you, how inappropriate. The cultivator with the surname Lu was about to land from his flying sword. When he heard that, it triggered his internal injuries and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling head first onto the ground. Su Yu went forward and helped him up. Oh? His expression changed. He could sense the fluctuations of a spirit art from this person's body. Your injuries were caused by a thunder art? Su Yu asked with furrowed brows. Lu finally managed to catch his breath and nodded. Senior brother Su, something has happened. He quickly recounted what happened in the palace, even relating Su Zimo's statement word for word. Humph, what big words. A mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he dares to get so cocky with me? Su Yu's expression darkened as he asked, "What's his name? What sect does he belong to?" I don't know." Lu shook his head. Chapter 191 Old Flame. Chapter 191 Old Flame. Lu frowned as he recalled. "That person wears a green robe and he looks refined and elegant, like a cultured scholar." Pausing for a moment, Lu grumbled indignantly. "But it's all a lie! Who would have thought that the frail scholar would be this powerful? He was so terrifying when he attacked." Upon hearing this, Shinmingchi's heart skipped a beat. A familiar figure flashed across her mind. In the past 4 years, this figure had been buried deep in her memories, almost forgotten. It was only because she had returned to her old home that brought back some of her childhood memories in a melancholic manner. Upon hearing junior brother Lu's recount of the incident, the first person that came to Shinmingchi's mind was Su Zimo. However, she smiled and shook her head, denying her thoughts in the blink of an eye. The thought was indeed rather ridiculous. Su Zimo did not even have a spirit root. How could he cultivate and possess such tremendous strength? Shinmingchi had never regretted her decision. Even if it happened again, she would choose to leave Su Zimo and Pingyang Town to follow perfected being Tsang Lang on the path of cultivation. After 4 years of cultivation, she was even more certain of one thing. That was, with the passage of time, the gap between her and Su Zimo would grow to a point where it was no longer possible for them to have any interactions. "Let's go to the palace. I want to see which idiot would dare to harm the cultivators of Iridescent Cloud's palace." Su Yu's voice pulled Shinmingchi back from her messy thoughts. Shinmingchi frowned. "Senior brother Su, even though the person is at mid-stage foundation establishment, he has the strength to take down late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. We mustn't be careless." "I see." Su Yu smiled. "Don't worry, junior sister. I know my limits. According to junior brother Lu's description, this person must have obtained a high-quality spirit art, and made use of that to defeat Lian Hao and the others." Shinmingchi nodded. "However, the higher the quality of the spirit art, the more spirit energy it would consume." Su Yu smirked coldly and continued. "If I'm not wrong, that person should be almost drained of spirit energy. He won't be able to recover much in this period of time. He is now at his weakest. Senior brother Su, senior sister Shin, let's not delay any further and move now." "I see." 3 rays of sword light rose into the air as Shinmingchi carried Shinnan and sped towards the palace with Su Yu and Lu. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the King of Yan's chamber. The door was open. From the outside they saw Liang Hao, Lu Hongyi and the other Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators kneeling on the ground in a dejected manner. As the 4 of them were looking down from their flying swords, they could not see who else was inside the chamber. Withdrawing their flying swords, Su Yu and the others descended at the entrance of the chamber and looked inside. At first glance, the 4 of them saw a mature man sitting in the middle of the room. Even though he was only middle-aged, he had a head of white hair. Of course, the most prominent thing about the man was a slanted scar on his face. It was terrifyingly ferocious, almost splitting his entire face into 2. Upon seeing Su Hong, Shinmingchi felt a little emotional. She naturally knew him, although she did not have a deep impression. Even though this person before her was already the king of a country with considerable power, compared to her, he was nothing in terms of status and strength. When Su Hong saw Shinmingchi, he was slightly stunned. The Shin family girl? After 4 years, he could barely recognize the gentle and simple girl from back then. Shinmingchi exuded a clear, cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Even though they were both cultivators, Su Hong did not feel the same coldness from Su Zimo. At that moment, he suddenly felt relieved. He was relieved Shinmingchi chose to leave his brother back then. They were not the same type of people to begin with. Shinmingchi's gaze moved away from Su Hong after pausing for a while and turned to the 2 people seated at the side. A green-robed man sat on a chair at the side of the chamber. His side view was facing the entrance as he leisurely sampled freshly brewed tea that emitted a fragrant scent with a calm expression. Upon seeing the green-robed man, Shinmingchi felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled slightly, and she froze on the spot. Shaking her head gently, her cherry lips opened slightly as disbelief filled her eyes. Her mind was going blank. Even though it was just a side profile. Even though it had been 4 years. Even though that person had matured a lot. Shinmingchi recognized him at the first instance. If it was any other time, Suyu would definitely notice something unusual about Shinmingchi. However, at that moment, his full attention was drawn in by the girl in pink sitting beside the green-robed man. He almost forgot where he was. She smiled at him tenderly, her eyes curved into crescent moons that were filled with love. Ah! Suddenly, an exclamation was heard from the chamber. Shinnan had obviously recognized the green-robed man, and his expression changed. Back then, the impression left on Shinnan by this man wielding a long saber in the courtyard of the Zhao family while drenched in blood was too deep. It almost became a nightmare that he could not get rid of. Even though Suyu and Shinmingchi were beside him, the fear that was deep-rooted in his memories still frightened Shinnan into shrieking. It was a somewhat familiar shriek. At that moment, Suzimo finally placed the teacup in his hands down slowly. Turning slightly, he glanced towards the entrance. Their eyes met. Instantly, it was as though space had changed and time had reversed. A series of images flashed past his mind and gradually dissipated. There was silence for a long time. Shinmingchi's expression was complex. Suzimo was slightly startled. However, his eyes regained their calmness before long. From the moment he stepped onto the path of cultivation, Suzimo knew that he would definitely meet Shinmingchi again. However, he did not expect that it would be under such circumstances, that it would be today. 4 years ago, she left resolutely and Suzimo suffered a huge blow. He could still remember that heart-wrenching pain till this day. If not for Dai Yu's appearance, it would have been difficult for him to get out of that ordeal so quickly. Suzimo initially thought that he would be filled with resentment towards Shinmingchi. He had even imagined that if they were reunited, he would stand proudly before Shinmingchi and tell her that there was nothing tough about living in a world without her. However, reality was different from imagination. Now that he met Shinmingchi once more, Suzimo was extremely calm. In fact, he seemed relaxed. Unknowingly, Shinmingchi had turned into a passerby of his life and was just an ordinary old acquaintance. At that moment, Shinmingchi felt a mix of emotions and bitterness in her mouth. It had been 4 years. He did not seem to have changed much, he was still dressed in green and exuded a scholarly air. However, Shinmingchi had just used her spirit-peering art, and could naturally tell that Suzimo was now a cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could that be? The atmosphere within the chamber suddenly became strange. The disciples of Iridescent Cloud's palace were kneeling on the ground, looking extremely miserable and perplexed. For some reason, Senior Sister Shin looked distracted and confused after she entered the chamber, and caught sight of that green-robed cultivator. It was the same for Senior Brother Su, who was staring at the girl in pink. No one was bothered about them at all. Chapter 192 That's Quieter Now. Chapter 192 That's Quieter Now. Even though Suzimo looked calm and composed without much emotion, Demoness Ji noticed something unusual nevertheless. A weird glint flickered in her eyes, but she said nothing. Suzimo tapped his fingers on the table and attracted everyone's attention. He then said slowly, "Tell me, why are you looking for my elder brother?" There was no greeting nor pleasantry as Suzimo went straight to the point of questioning. A flash of panic appeared in Shinmingchi's eyes as she was suddenly at a loss of what to do. Suzimo's gaze turned to Shinnan, who was cowering at the side. Raising his brows slightly, he asked, "You're here for revenge?" That gaze of Suzimo sent Shinnan shivering as he shook his head like a rattled drum. "Was it your idea?" With a slight pause, Suzimo shifted his gaze to Shinmingchi and asked coldly, "Or yours, And no." Shinmingchi shook her head subconsciously. Shinmingchi was a cultivator after all. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and explained, "It's because 2 years ago, a junior brother of the sect may have disappeared within Yen country. We're here to see if the king of Yen has news of him." "Oh, right. You know the missing person too. We're all from Pingyang town, he is Zhou." Suddenly, Shinmingchi paused. Looking at Suzimo, she seemed to know something. Prior to this, she had not considered that Suzimo might have something to do with Zhou Dingyun's disappearance. But if Suzimo was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator now, he should have been a cultivator 2 years ago as well. In addition, Suzimo and Zhou Dingyun had a feud to begin with. The truth was revealed. 2 years ago, Zhou Dingyun returned to Pingyang town to cause trouble for Suzimo. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the latter, who wiped away all traces. Shinmingchi's speculation was similar to the truth. It was just that Suzimo was not a cultivator 2 years ago, he merely possessed the capability to kill Zhou Dingyun as well. With that, Shinmingchi had already calmed down. Suzimo had become a cultivator just like her. However, his spirit root and endowment were inferior to hers. Furthermore, he had not joined any major sects, and his future achievements would never ever match hers. In Iridescent Cloud's palace, she made friends with geniuses of the cultivation world. As for Suzimo, he did not have any backing or power. He would only be able to hang out at the bottom rung of the cultivation world and die at any moment. Even though they had both spent 4 years, she was already at perfected Foundation establishment with a meridian unlocked. As for him, he was only at mid-stage Foundation establishment. That was the difference between them. Moreover, Shinmingchi believed that the gap between them would only deepen as time passed. She was certain of that. Her decision back then was still the right one. At that thought, Shinmingchi regained her confidence and composure. She looked at Suzimo with a smile. "It's been a couple of years, but you've changed quite a bit." Suzimo was about to say something when he felt a lotus root-like arm coiling around his arm. Fragrance assaulted his senses as Demonisji spoke. "Zimo, who is this woman?" Shinmingchi frowned. Only now had she noticed that there was a girl in pink seated beside Suzimo. More importantly, this girl in pink was far superior than her in terms of looks or aura. Shinmingchi felt uncomfortable when she saw the girl in pink hugging Suzimo intimately. It was as if something that belonged to her had been stolen by someone else. Staring at Demonisji, Shinmingchi asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you think?" Demonisji smiled like a flower and squeezed next to Suzimo. She raised her chin slightly and looked at Shinmingchi as if she was exerting dominance. Suzimo removed Demonisji's arm. Just as he was about to speak, his heart stirred. He felt a killing intent. "If the king of Yen is your brother, that means you're Suzimo?" Suyu could not help but flare up when he saw Demonisji almost squeezing herself into his embrace. He interrupted with a murderous aura. Suzimo reversed the question. "So what if I am? All my fellow juniors were injured by you?" Suyu narrowed his gaze and asked again. Suzimo nodded. "That's right. All right, hand over your life then." Suyu shouted and conjured a hand seal, his eyes turning cold. All of a sudden, Shinmingchi swiftly blocked in front of Suyu and whispered, frowning, "Senior brother Su, let's forget about this. There might be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Suyu's face darkened. "He injured so many of our fellow juniors. Is this a misunderstanding?" If it was in the past, Suyu would not object to anything Shinmingchi said. But now, he was completely charmed by Demonisji. He only knew that killing the green-robed cultivator before him was the only way he could obtain Demonisji's body and heart. Shinmingchi pursed her lips. "I'll get him to apologize to you and our fellow juniors now. Please let him off this once, senior brother." With that, Shinmingchi turned to Suzimo and said in a low voice, "What are you waiting for? Come over and apologize." Suzimo suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. You were the ones who came to provoke and cause me trouble. Why should I apologize? Shinmingchi frowned and glared at Suzumo, hollering softly. Suzumo, don't be ungrateful. I'm trying to save you. Oh? Suzumo did not stop smiling. Shinmingchi said, Do you know of the 5 major sects? Do you know of Iridescent Cloud's palace? There are some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world. What are you still waiting for? Come and apologize. Demoness G clapped her hands and smiled. Sister, you're truly right about that. There are truly some people and factions you can't afford to offend in the cultivation world. Fufu. Suyu laughed icily. Junior sister, an apology has to be sincere. I'll only let Suzumo off if he kneels and kowtows 3 times in front of me. In Suyu's opinion, humiliating Suzumo in front of the girl in pink might produce an even better effect than killing him. Senior brother, isn't that a little overboard? Shinmingchi frowned slightly. Humph! Suyu replied coldly. That's not all. Suzumo is not the only one who should be kneeling and apologizing. His brother has to do it as well. Senior brother, I'm begging you. Let this matter. This matter is non-negotiable. At this moment, Suzumo suddenly stood up and walked towards Suyu expressionlessly. Thinking that Suyu had compromised and was about to apologize, Suyu could not help but laugh smugly. Haha, at least you know your place. How annoying! Suzumo came in front of Suyu and said. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Suyu's throat with lightning speed. Suzumo squeezed hard. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed as Suyu's eyes turned bloodshot and almost popped out of their sockets, looking at Suzumo in disbelief. He had not expected that Suzumo would dare lay a hand on him. More than that, he had not expected that Suzumo would dare kill him. Furthermore, there were no chances given at all. It was a sure kill strike. Suzumo released his grip and heaved a long sigh of relief, muttering softly. That's quieter now. Suyu's head tilted and fell to the ground in a thud. He was dead. A dead silence took over the chamber. Complete silence. Chapter 193 Pay with Blood. Chapter 193 Pay with Blood. Lian Hao, Lu Hongyi, and the other Iridescent Cloud's palace cultivators knelt on the ground in shivers. They looked at Suzumo with fear as sweat filled their palms. Shinmingchi stood rooted to the spot and stared blankly at Suyu, who died with grievances on the ground with disbelief in her eyes. Everything had happened too suddenly, and Shinmingchi's head felt as though it had exploded, buzzing chaotically. Suzumo H. How dare he? Is he crazy? Did he not think about the consequences? Demoness G narrowed her gaze and licked her lips. To be fair, she was the most calm of the people present. Even though she had not known Suzumo for long, she could vaguely understand his temperament. This was a man who looked weak on the outside but had a tiger in his heart, decisive to kill. The moment he made a move, he was like a thunderbolt that would not give anyone a chance to breathe. Even the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth's sect was killed by him, let alone a mere cultivator of Iridescent Cloud's palace who was yapping incessantly without fear. Suzumo, do you know what you're doing? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Shinmingchi glared at Suzumo, looking agitated as she questioned loudly. Suzumo smiled nonchalantly. That made Shinmingchi even angrier. She clenched her fists and shouted. I didn't expect you to still be so immature after 4 years. You're a cultivator. Even if you can escape, have you ever thought about your brother who will still be in the capital of Yen country? Have you considered that you would implicate your family? Suzumo glanced sideways and waved his sleeves. A golden silk cloth floated over from the table in front of Su Hong. It emitted a faint authority as if the emperor had descended and was inspecting the world. The imperial edict! Shinmingchi and the others recognized the origin of that golden silk cloth immediately and were shocked. The status of the emperor of Great Sho was much higher than theirs. Suzumo replied indifferently. My brother has the imperial edict with him. Anyone who dares goes against him is going against the great Zhou dynasty, making an enemy of the emperor. Everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace fell silent. Furthermore, grudges of the cultivation world should not implicate mortals. Pausing for a moment, Suzimo swept his gaze across everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace and finally fixed it on Shinmingchi, saying slowly, "Whoever dares lay a hand on my brother and break the rules first, I'm sorry. I'll have them pay with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential murderous aura burst out from Suzimo's body, almost materializing. It caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The temperature in the chamber plummeted. Liang Hao and the others trembled. They quickly avoided Suzimo's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. In Shinmingchi's eyes, Suzimo had suddenly become an extremely unfamiliar person, someone that she did not know at all. This wasn't a frail scholar. This was clearly a fiend celestial from hell, a bloodthirsty and violent ancient demon. That feeling was fleeting, as if it was an illusion. In the cultivation world, while there was no official rule, many cultivators had a tacit understanding that they would not involve mortals in their grudges. Shinmingchi took a deep breath and composed herself before continuing. "All right, even if your brother is safe, you'll have to account for killing a disciple of Iridescent Cloud's palace. From now on, you'll be running away from home, living in fear every day. Is this what you want?" Suzimo smiled, looking at Shinmingchi calmly and asked, "Who said that I'll be homeless? You still refuse to come to your senses." Shinmingchi looked at Suzimo in disappointment. "Iridescent Cloud's palace is one of the 5 major sects in the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as you're within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, who can protect you? Which sect will dare take you in? Suzimo, wake up." "Piak!" Right then, Suzimo took out a long badge from his storage bag and tossed it at the table beside him. "I forgot to mention, I'm a disciple of Ethereal Peak. It's no big deal killing someone from Iridescent Cloud's palace. Ethereal Peak will naturally protect me." Shinmingchi stared intently at the identity badge on the table. Biting her cherry lips, she stood there in a daze. Everything she was prepared to say could no longer come out of her mouth. Ethereal Peak. It had been 4 years, but Suzimo had actually joined one of the 5 major sects as well, Ethereal Peak. From the moment she saw Suzimo, Shinmingchi had been looking down at him condescendingly. All of a sudden, Shinmingchi realized that Suzimo had everything she relied on as well. Her pride seemed to have turned worthless. In that 4 years, the gap between them had not increased. Instead, it shrank. What comforted Shinmingchi slightly was that she was still higher than Suzimo in terms of cultivation realm. "I'll be at Ethereal Peak. Whoever wants revenge, come. I'll take you on." Suzimo's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After a brief silence, Shinmingchi gave Suzimo a complicated look. She turned around and said, "Let's go back to the sect." With that, she walked over to Liang Hao and Lu Hongyi, wanting to help them up. Both of them eyed Suzimo warily. Seeing that the latter was expressionless and did not object, they endured the pain and stood up. The group from Iridescent Cloud's palace supported one another and left the King of Yan's chamber. A breeze brushed past them and they felt a chill. Unknowingly, all of them had broken out in cold sweat. It was only when they walked out the door that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they had survived a disaster. Even though they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, for some reason, all of them felt a tightness in their chest against Suzimo. It was as though there was a menacing pressure that prevented them from breathing. Shinmingchi said to everyone from Iridescent Cloud's palace in a low voice, "Leave the palace first. I'll be right after. Senior Sister Shin, don't fight with that Suzimo anymore? What if... Lu Hongyi's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to persuade her. Everyone else nodded in agreement with fright in their eyes. It would be fine if Shinmingchi won. But if she lost, they were worried that they would be implicated and lose their lives here as well. "Senior Sister Shin, let him off this time. There will be many opportunities to take his life in the future." Another person tried to persuade while encouraging Shinmingchi at the same time. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." I won't fight with him. Shinmingchi let out a reassuring smile and turned back. Coming in front of Suzimo, Shinmingchi stared at him and said coldly, Come out. I have some things to say to you. With that, Shinmingchi turned and walked out. Shinmingchi's tone made Suzimo frown. What's the matter that's so mysterious that you have to hide it from me? Demoness Ji's eyes darted between Suzimo and Shinmingchi as she asked meaningfully. Clang! Clang! Right then, Suzimo knocked his fingers on the table. If you have anything, you can say it here. Suzimo did not get up as he lowered his eyes and said calmly. Shinmingchi stopped in her tracks, back facing Suzimo. Her expression changed continuously as she grit her teeth and turned around slowly. Chapter 194 Frog in the Well. Chapter 194 Frog in the Well. Shinmingchi said, Thank you for not being calculative with my brother and sparing his life. Suzimo replied, Thank you for your reminder back then. Take that as a favor paid. Upon seeing this, everyone from the Su family felt emotional. They watched Suzimo and Shinmingchi grow up together. The two of them were once childhood sweethearts. After seeing one another 4 years later, there was no joyful reunion nor deliberate avoidance. It was merely a polite exchange of indifferent thanks. Of course, Shinmingchi was the only one who understood the meaning of their conversation. Everyone else was confused and did not know what was going on. Before they parted 4 years ago, Shinmingchi caught up with Suzimo and said something. Among it, she said, Zhou Dingyun and I will be leaving Pingyang town with the perfected being tomorrow. It seemed like it was nothing, but if one thought about it carefully, they would realize that there was no need to mention Zhou Dingyun. At that time, perfected being Tsang Lang was in midair, and Shinmingchi did not dare to make her reminder too obvious. However, she believed that given Suzimo's intelligence, he would definitely be able to read between the lines. The facts proved it as well. After Suzimo returned to his home, he pretended to be drunk and successfully bewitched Zhou Dingyun, scaring the latter off. Of course, even without Shinmingchi's reminder, Zhou Dingyun might not have succeeded with Dai Yu around. After a brief silence, Shinmingchi asked, Did you kill Zhou Dingyun? Yes. Suzimo did not choose to hide the truth. He had even killed Suyu, so he naturally did not care if Zhou Dingyun's death was added to it. Zimo, even though you're a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I still want to say that you were too rash earlier on, Shinmingchi said. If you didn't kill Suyu, I would have helped you keep Zhou Dingyun's death a secret. At least you won't offend Iridescent Cloud's palace that way. Now that you've killed Suyu in front of everyone, I can't help you hide this secret even if I wanted to. Why should you hide it? Suzimo asked. Huh! Shinmingchi was momentarily stunned. He replied indifferently. If I wanted to hide it, the simplest method would be to kill all of you. Shinmingchi's heart skipped a beat. From Suzimo's gaze, she had a feeling that he wasn't joking about it. Suzimo continued. If I didn't kill you guys, it meant that I have no intention to hide it. So naturally, I'm not afraid of offending Iridescent Cloud's palace. A killing intent flashed through Suzimo's eyes at the thought of perfected being Tsang Lang. Furthermore, I've already offended Iridescent Cloud's palace before. Upon hearing this, Shinmingchi's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have recalled something and frowned. Shinmingchi, are you still thinking of taking revenge on my master? Oh? Perfected being Tsang Lang is your master? Suzimo smiled faintly and said sarcastically. How unlucky. Go back and tell him to live his life well. One day, I'll personally take his life. Suzimo, that's enough. Shinmingchi was a little agitated and questioned lightly. You want to kill my master just because of a horse? A horse? Suzimo stood up slowly. His eyes flickered coldly and a murderous aura emitted from him through just that simple motion. Arriving before Shinmingchi, Suzimo stared at her with a piercing gaze that was sharp as knives. Shinmingchi even had an illusion that Suzimo's gaze stabbed her. She took a step back subconsciously. At that moment, she had even forgotten that her cultivation was higher than Tsuname's. He said coldly, "If not for Jui Feng, I would have died. Your master wanted my life back then." Shinmingqi couldn't refute him. She had witnessed what happened back then. If Jui Feng had not been psychic and managed to defend in time, Tsunami would have been burnt to ashes. Shinmingqi took a deep breath and raised her head, looking straight in Tsunami's eyes. "After 4 years, you're still arrogant and ignorant as ever. You overestimate your abilities. What right do you have to take revenge on my master as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Yes, you will grow stronger and raise your cultivation with the passage of time. However, master will not remain stagnant either. He will grow stronger too. You will never be able to catch up to him and take revenge." Pausing for a moment, Shinmingqi scoffed coldly. "Also, I didn't attack you just now because I'm weaker than you. It's because I didn't want to fight you for old time's sake, but don't push your luck. Do you think that you have the strength to defeat me, a perfected Foundation establishment, just because you killed senior brother Su with a sneak attack?" Su Zima looked at Shinmingqi calmly. At this distance, he had 100 ways to defeat Shinmingqi. Sadly, those who were ignorant would never ever know of their ignorance. As though she hadn't had enough, Shinmingqi continued, "Su Zimo, there are too many geniuses in the cultivation world and there are tons of people stronger than you. You are nothing at all. With your cultivation, you're not even qualified to take part in the Great Zhou Dynasty's sect competition. That is a grand event in the cultivation world where the top geniuses of the Foundation establishment realm will meet and spar." Upon hearing that, Demoness Ji could no longer contain her laughter and interrupted Shinmingqi. "What are you laughing at?" Shinmingqi asked coldly. Demoness Ji ignored her and looked around as though she was looking for something, muttering, "Huh! I thought I heard a frog in the well croaking. How annoying!" Shinmingqi's face darkened. She placed her hand on her storage bag and remarked icily, "Who are you calling a frog in the well?" Noticing Shinmingqi's movement, Demoness Ji smiled. "So be it if someone's a frog in a well. What's worse is that she's a self-righteous frog, boasting to others about how much of the sky she can see. What a joke." "All right." Shinmingqi harumphed coldly. "Let me show you the methods of a frog in the well." As soon as she finished speaking, Shinmingqi used her left hand to conjure a seal and slapped her storage bag with her right, causing a flying sword to land in her palm. Boom! A rumble echoed from within Shinmingqi. Right after, a meridian shone brightly like a divine dragon, roaring in Shinmingqi's body and emitting a rich spirit qi. One of the 8 meridians! The spirit-peering art could only determine if a cultivator was at perfected Foundation establishment, but it could not detect how many meridians they have unlocked. The more meridians that were unlocked, the more spirit energy they had and the stronger they were. It was obvious that Shinmingqi had unlocked a spirit meridian. Swash! The moment Shinmingqi made her move, a pink figure flashed and appeared in front of her. Demoness Ji stuck out her left hand and grabbed the meridian on Shinmingqi's left wrist with lightning speed. Instantly, Shinmingqi's expression changed. Her left arm turned numb and the spirit energy in her meridian turned sluggish, unable to circulate at all. The next moment she felt her neck turn cold, prickling in pain as a cold air entered her body. Shinmingqi's face looked extremely terrible, not daring to move as she froze on the spot. Demoness Ji leaned over and smiled. "Don't doubt it when I say that you're a frog in the well. If someone like you were to enter the ancient battlefield, the only thing that awaits you is death." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.